seat. All right, come here. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Hey guys. How are you?
What's up? Hi, Austin.
How was your Memorial Day weekend? Can I be the last person to ask you that?
Wow, it's Wednesday.
I know, but I can still ask, can't I?
Yeah, but no one asked, so.
Okay, sorry.
You're the first.
Oh, well, I'm sorry that you guys had to work over your Memorial Day weekend then. Sounds like a bummer.
We got 4 days off. It
Whoa.
was great.
Yeah,
You got 4?
I was in Denver.
Whoa.
It was pretty good.
So when Nick's not here, you guys just shut down the show?
No, we got an email in like January that we were going to get Friday off. Yeah.
That's so
Yeah.
And I was like, is this real? Is this to us too?
Yeah.
Normally that's just the whole office.
Yeah.
So
I just got to run best of.
And then we're the last people in the building on that Friday before
it's
a
very
holiday.
sad usually.
Yeah, usually. Yeah.
Everyone's gone by 1:30.
The
We do
lights are off.
We
I
did
do
the
miss my traditional
ceremonial.
radio days. Those were always the worst. It would just be me doing my sportscast, hanging out in the old Kearney studios.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder who will be here. Just me. Just
We like to do the ceremonial cannonball shoot through the building just to see if it hits anybody, and
There
it
you
never
go.
does.
Mm-hmm.
But speaking of being in this building, I just found out today that there are white monsters in the break room. Which
Oh, yeah.
is
There are
insane.
what?
White monsters.
What's a light monster?
White,
No, a white.
monster.
Oh,
your
white.
favorite monster.
That's
Favorite
what-
flavor of
yes.
monster.
Oh, the energy drink.
Yes.
Yeah.
They used to have the orange one in there, and it's on the button, but it's been sold out forever.
Rough.
It's been
John,
sold
in
out for
another
years.
universe, your nickname could be White Monster.
It could be.
Yeah.
It could be, actually.
I'm surprised White Monster isn't a nickname that's used for more people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you
Like
don't want to
throughout
get
history.
You don't want to get into that context. you know.
Napoleon.
Was
a
he
white
known as the White
monster?
Monster?
He was a short
He was
monster.
he was a tiny baby monster.
Joffrey from Game of Thrones.
I
That
love
would- he
White
would- That's a
Monster.
very good White Monster.
I
Yeah.
love
Yeah.
that Napoleon was like an average height for a man of his time period, but
Yeah.
the propaganda that he was short
Oh,
just
wow.
worked that well.
Are you
He
triggered
do be
about
short.
don't put it on the internet that he's short? Is that what you're saying, Nick?
I'm not like triggered
But it's
about
he has a whole complex.
Yeah, he's got a little man's
He's a
complex.
little short
Well,
boy.
that's why they call it Napoleon's
I
complex.
don't
I
think
watched
that's
the
what
film.
I don't think
He
that's
was
what it
short.
is though. I don't think
A
he was
Napoleon
actually short. I think Napoleon was actually I think them calling Napoleon short was propaganda by whoever he was fighting.
Why are you defending Napoleon?
I'm not defending Napoleon. I'm
Do you
just
support all of
It's like
Napoleon's
our coworker
acts?
that defended what's his name? The baseball player.
Like my German teacher who defended that one guy.
Oh yeah.
Whoa,
Under.
tough.
I was just trying to
White
share
monster.
a fun historical fact with
Well,
the show.
look,
You
Well-
seem defensive about Napoleon.
Now, yesterday, hold on. We got to
yeah,
check on this.
we have to follow up.
We pulse
We do.
checking.
Okay, so yesterday, so I don't even know how we got on the subject about the Challenger exploding.
Whoa, what?
Hey, that's
Okay.
a normal
No,
crossover.
Yes,
That's
yeah.
not
Oh,
that
it was a
shocking.
crossover? Oh,
Yes.
never mind. I thought you meant like it was in content.
Disasters.
I
I mean, disasters are like in the what do they call the diagram with all the bubbles and stuff? The larger the bubble, the more they talk about
well,
it.
you guys do know today's
Yeah.
also a national tragedy
Mr.
holiday, right?
H would be the biggest.
Yeah. We need to do a word bubble.
Word bubble.
Word
Yeah.
bubble. Thank
Yeah.
you. So anyway, we got on the subject somehow of the Challenger disaster, and Nick claims that he remembers his father telling him
About the
that
time-
he learned about the Challenger disaster on the internet.
This
Oh!
would have been in 1980.
86.
86.
What, he just missed like a month of news or something like that, or what?
But the internet wasn't around for the public
Yes,
in
correct. Yeah,
1986.
correct. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I thought you meant that he like learned about the internet like later and then Googled the
Oh,
Challenger.
No.
yeah, well,
Just to
No.
like see if it was still there. He'd be like, I wonder what those astronauts are doing.
So yesterday I texted my dad
Mhm.
and he got back to me today.
Oh,
So
good.
read the text to Austin of what you texted your dad.
So you're already saying your dad's good with technology. That's a good start.
Well, he likes to build
apparently he
computers.
is. He had the internet in 1986.
My dad
He's
likes-
the best at technology.
He's Al Gore. Your dad's Al Gore.
My dad legitimately likes to build computers. That's a hobby for him.
Respect.
Nice. Okay.
So I said, how did you learn about the Challenger explosion again? I know you told me the story once, but I don't remember what it was, and we were talking on the show about it.
Uh-huh.
That's what I said
Yep.
to him.
So what did he
the
say?
response?
In school, someone said something about the shuttle went to Ag Shop because we had a phone modem to get baby internet, went to AP News, found out what happened. So it was one of those AP News terminals.
Okay. Not really the
Why do
internet,
you
but
guys
yeah.
have an AP? Why did he have an AP nurse
In
terminal in his high
Iowa.
school?
I don't
What
know.
high school did he go? What
Audubon.
town?
It was Audubon Public School.
Huh.
It's where
Damn.
C.W. McCall's
It's
from.
This
amazing.
is blowing my mind.
C.W. McCall?
We need to follow up and call the high school and get a background on this.
I don't know.
Well, but
20
I mean, this sounds legit. I mean,
I believe
it's,
him.
It's
Yeah.
very descriptive. All that stuff.
Yeah.
You know what this proves?
That Nick was right about one thing.
No,
Thank God.
Nick remembered it right. Yes, but just like with casinos, gambling,
Mm-hmm.
Iowa is always ahead of the rest of the curve.
They were one of the first states to legalize gay marriage. People forget.
I heard
Iowa
they were
was
into
woke.
the Beatles before other people were into the Beatles.
Probably.
They probably knew about the Beatles. You probably haven't heard about them.
Nope.
And that was 1961 when they were just playing in Hamburg.
No, but I think it was kind of what I said yesterday. He
Folks
said
in Iowa City just hanging out.
he said that was an ag
Twist and
shop.
shout.
I think they might have had that modem set up for like farm reports and stuff because most
Wow.
of them were farm
Yeah,
kids.
that
Wow.
does make sense.
J-Man
That's
says,
crazy.
is Nick's dad really named Marty McFly hiding out in 1986
Whoa.
Iowa?
That could be.
He's a
Dad,
time
huge.
traveler.
Dad, if you have the DeLorean, just give it to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even want to travel
That's
in time. I
too much
just want a
power for
DeLorean.
you.
Does he rehydrate his Pizza Hut?
Who doesn't?
Nice.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean you rehydrate your Pizza Hut?
That's a Back to the Future 2.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought you meant he put like water on it. I thought we were talking
No,
about Nick
no.
here.
Have
My
you
bad.
seen
No.
Back to the Future
Yes,
too?
I've seen Back to the Future
Okay.
too.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought we were talking about like a weird microwave and water like situation or something.
It's just a reference.
No, no.
Marty
Very
McFly
Yeah.
reference.
No, I haven't been up to my Back to the Future 2 in a while. So,
Okay.
That's a tough look.
That is
a
You should
tough
always have it
Yeah.
going on
Well,
up
I
there.
have too much Mission Impossible currently stuck in my brain.
Have you seen the new one?
I rewatched them all to watch the new one, and let me be clear: you do not need to rewatch any of them because the new movie tells you how many times.
So you've seen the new
I
one,
have
though.
seen the new movie. Yes,
But
Dude,
also,
that-
Mission Impossible 2 sucks. That's the worst one.
No, he does karate action after climbing a rock.
He
That's the
hangs
best
off
movie.
of a cliff.
Mhm.
That
John Woo.
first hour of the new movie is horrible.
It's a lot. It's a lot to
It's
handle.
so bad.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there. that's
But
for sure.
it might have the coolest stunt of any of the movies.
Was it
the
the
one,
airplane
in the-
one?
Yes. Nick, it is insane.
See,
Watching this man
is.
on this plane
That's
is
why
bonkers.
I
Tom
hate
Cruise hanging
trailers.
out.
'cause-
I didn't realize that was in the trailer. I missed it.
Yeah, it was in the
part of
trailer.
it.
Oh man,
Like,
that's awesome. I missed it.
I stopped watching the trailers for Mission Impossible movies that I wanted to see, like after Rogue Nation, because he gives away the reason to go to the movie, like in the trailers. And
stunts.
I don't want that to be my movie experience. I
Yeah.
don't want to be waiting for something to happen. I want to be surprised that it's going on.
Yeah, I didn't
I-
know what the thing
I
was
don't
going to
watch
be in this
trailers.
movie. So there's two big bits. It was the
Yes.
plane and then another one, a submarine
Yep.
thing. That's
And
like
he
20
was
minutes.
Submersible?
He was very scared of the submarine.
That
He
was
very
awesome.
scared. Yeah.
Apparently that scene hasn't been not testing, but people haven't liked it as much. I thought it was cool
It was a bit horror movie-ish.
because suddenly there's no dialogue for like 15 minutes. It just
And-
stays with him the whole time.
I said this on the morning crossover, but the best Tom Cruise movies are the ones where he talks the least.
Yeah,
That's
wow.
what I preferred about Rogue Nation.
Mm.
One of my favorite Mission
So you
Impossible.
rewatched all of the Mission Impossibles.
I did, and then when you step into that first hour of this movie and you realize you didn't need to because the movie rewatches them
It
all
tells
for
you all the things.
Yeah.
Wow, Otson says it took me out of the movie.
Wow.
Interesting. I thought that part was cool.
Odson
Submarine?
knows film.
He
He
does
knows
know
real.
He is a
Yep, he
film
does.
bro.
Yep, we talked a lot of film today on the Counter Happer show.
There you go.
Big
Are
film
you going to see it? Are you going to see the new Mission Impossible?
Do you have
I
time?
have no idea.
It's like 3 hours long.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah,
Yeah.
movies are getting too long these days. That is a common issue we're running into.
Not to steal a bit, but I have an opinion.
Oh, please.
Awesome.
Why
not mine.
can't we have movies again?
Make movies
Just
movies again?
movies.
Oh, movies.
What's a movie?
Not
a
like
movie
Andor.
like a John Hughes film, like Footloose, like Karate Kid. I
Because
know
it's
they're
not
remaking Karate,
1982.
Oh yeah.
but I'm just saying it's just a movie. It's not like this big budget thing, but it's got stars in it. It's got a nice story.
Mm.
And it's not some artsy fartsy A27 crap where they're trying to.
A24.
A24, you're
Whatever.
What about
Oh.
Ethos? You should watch Ethos.
So
you would love Ethos.
That sounds
Would you
way
like
too
more
hoity-toity.
Godzilla versus Kong in the summer?
What do you mean
No,
Ethos sounds
I'm-
hoity-toity?
that's what I would like.
Sounds
No,
hoity-toity.
It's a type of pitch.
Sounds
It's a baseball
hoity-toity.
movie.
But that's all we get. We either get all artsy fartsy or we get Gorilla, Godzilla, Kong,
Okay.
Mission Impossible,
I mean,
huge
I don't know
budget
if I would
action
get
films.
Godzilla and Kong.
I'm
and
just
Mission
talking like
Impossible.
a movie.
Okay.
Mike says, I don't know why did I call him that. Stib says,
Hey,
tell
Stib.
John to see Sinners. John, Sinners rocked.
Sinners is the movie of the year. The minute I saw it, I was like, "That's the best movie."
That
this year. I don't
movie-
need to see another movie.
It's self-contained. It's a story, that I kind of knew a little bit going in, but not very much. And I had an absolute wonderful time at
Mhm.
the theater.
Until the sequel, Sinners 2. More sins.
Now that'll probably suck, but the first one
That's
rocks.
good. That's
Are you going
good.
to watch the F1 movie? That looks like a movie.
Yeah, and it's got Brad Pitt. It's got the action star you're looking for.
And they're all
Yeah, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm
What?
going to
Triggered by car stuff.
Well, I'll pick it apart because it'll be like, that doesn't happen.
Well,
that doesn't happen. That doesn't
It's
happen.
just going to be people passing. Haha.
Well, no,
I've-
but I mean, you know how it
Nice.
is. I mean, that's the reason why I didn't like Days of Thunder.
Yeah.
Because it's just not.
John's too far in the game.
So
Yeah,
already,
it's just not real.
already they messed up because the car that Brad Pitt drives in the movie is closer to an F2 car, so it has backfire.
Oh, rip.
So as a result of that, they had to make all the other cars look like they had backfire, which is a little annoying.
I don't care about that part. John, I mean, now we talked about this a little yesterday, so I don't want to step on another topic from yesterday, but
Uh-oh.
I thought Friendship rocked. Now, I don't know if John would like it because
Need to watch it.
I know he hasn't seen I Think You Should Leave.
I
But-
think the problem with Friendship though is that I have been a huge contingent of like I haven't been to a movie theater for a strictly comedy movie in probably a decade.
They
Dude,
don't
this
really
was the
make
first.
comedy
This was the
Yes.
first comedy that I saw in theaters probably since like Anchorman 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah,
it's probably about the same.
Yeah,
for me.
straight like just a straight
Mhm.
comedy, nothing else.
Because I would just
I
be
had
like, well, I would rather just watch this at home because I'd rather laugh at home.
I had so much fun.
Okay,
I had so much fun.
all right, you convinced me.
I want to
Go on.
see it again.
me-
I can't stop thinking about this movie.
Oh,
It is
that's-
so funny.
those are the
I
best kind
think
of
of
movies.
lines from the movie and I laugh out loud to myself.
I love that. That's
They're
perfect.
so funny.
That's
It's-
the best.
It's annoying to publicly talk about how they don't really make comedies in the theater anymore because then there's always that one guy. It's like it's because of woke.
Well,
Whoa.
There's always that
because they
one guy.
don't make money.
Well,
Yeah.
it's not
Nothing makes money except for
superhero movies.
Mission Impossible.
yeah, and thus we go back to John's original point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I get it, and if that's
Support
the case,
local.
if that's it, then that's it.
Yeah,
I
sorry.
just won't watch.
Sadly, you do have to kind of go to like the artsy fartsy type things if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
And I can live with that.
Are you
I
gonna
mean,
go-
I spent many years not going to the theater.
So are you not going to Avatar 3 when it comes out?
There you go,
I-
John.
God,
big,
no.
big movie. Huge
God,
movie.
no. I
You're
didn't see the
anti-big
first
movie?
one, and no, I'm not anti big movie.
Hmm.
I saw the last Mission Impossible. I saw.
Yeah, we did that for Movie Club.
What
Oh,
was?
oh,
What
Dead
was?
Reckoning.
What was?
I think Fallout.
Trying to think. And now I don't even remember what the last movie was I went to the theater for.
You saw it last year when you went on your Iowa trip.
That was Mission Impossible.
No, I
wasn't it?
thought you saw the Wolverine
Deadpool
versus
and Wolverine.
Deadpool.
Yeah.
Oh, was that last year?
Yes.
I thought that was 2 years ago.
Yeah, that was last
Yeah.
year.
All right,
July-ish.
so I saw that one.
Mhm.
I think I've seen. So I went to Deadpool and Wolverine. I went to the Quiet Place day one, and then I saw Alien Romulus, and then this was my last in theater movie.
Yeah.
I've seen. Oh, and Sinners. I
And
watched
Sinners. Yeah. Sinners
Oh,
was
good.
fun.
I do love a theater experience though. Like
Me
truthfully,
too. I have really grown
I-
to appreciate it even more
Yes,
as I've
yes.
gotten older.
I love a theater experience, and like I'm still looking for my favorite theater in Omaha because I'm coming up on like a year in town being here now.
Go to Alamo.
What?
Alamo.
I do like Alamo. I do
Alamo is
like
my
Alamo,
favorite.
but it's not Dr. Girlfriend's favorite. So we have
because
to-
they don't have the recliners.
No, she just thinks it's a bit too much. She doesn't like not like price wise or anything. She
No,
just,
yeah, the whole movie theater is a bit.
right, yeah, exactly. And
It's
she,
like you'd love it, John. Turn off your phones.
Mhm.
Old school movie theater experience. Their popcorn is great.
At
It
the
is.
beginning, they usually have fun like cartoons and stuff related to whatever the movie you're watching.
Yeah, they were
is.
showing old shorts of like Paul Rudd
Yes.
when I walked in to see Friendship this weekend.
Mhm.
I saw Fargo with Schaefer there a few years ago. They like it's an experience going there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I also went to our dear friends ACX Cinema 12 for Mission Impossible, and I
Oh.
finally saw a movie on their huge screen.
I
Yes.
love that screen.
Oh my gosh,
that is actually the way to watch
Tight.
those movies.
That
I saw
was how it's
Spider-Man
done.
on that screen.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
that is how it's done.
I haven't been there yet, so that's my next one I need to try. But I've like hit all the AMC's in town, and I'm like,
Mhm.
okay, I have like my favorites here and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So,
The mall one is okay if you want to go to a movie and there's nobody else there.
Which mall one are we talking about?
Westroads.
Okay.
And also, if you love a huge orange bathroom,
That
do they
too.
still have the orange bathroom?
yeah.
I haven't
Isn't
been to
that the
theater
case
in
with
years.
every mall though? Is there's no one there?
That's true.
Mm,
You'd
oh.
be Westroads always has more people than I imagine would be there
They had the
whenever I
Container
go.
Store,
It-
which is my
it-
mom's favorite store.
People love that store.
I
It's
love
good that there's one like enclosed mall that still does something.
I have that same thought. It makes me happy because I'm sad to see malls dying. I like malls.
It's a very depressing thing. In fact, the theater that we went to see the Wolverine,
Yeah. Was it a mall?
Deadpool and Wolverine.
it was. I mean, you could tell at one time it was like a crossroads,
Ah,
and it was bustling, and it had stuff, and then you walk in, and it's like
Dead.
there's no one here.
Yeah.
there's
and
not
all these
like-
empty storefronts, and then you get to the one part where there's like still some places left, and there's people hanging around, and it's like, Yeah, this place isn't good.
Yeah, abandoned like amusement parks and abandoned shopping malls are like the two creepiest like set locations for zombie shows that they like to use.
They do love going to malls.
They do love
abandoned
going to malls.
Yeah, you're
because
right.
you're always enclosed,
Yep.
and then
It's empty. It's big.
and you
Yeah.
can always be caught from like somewhere and be surprised.
Yeah.
It's a favorite.
Jan says I like the AMC in Council Bluffs.
That's
Yeah,
a good one.
that's the only, not to get movie nerd, that's the only actual AMC that we have around here. Or IMAX, excuse
IMAX.
me.
Yeah.
Yes.
All the other ones are pretend IMAX. That is real IMAX.
I saw
That's the one I
Fellowship
went
there
to
when it
for-
re-aired.
Tight.
Yeah.
I saw Oppenheimer there a couple years ago. See, but why didn't you see Oppenheimer?
See,
You-
Oppenheimer's
that's
the
a
exact movie
an
that you're talking
not
about,
original
yeah.
story. It's about a real life event. But John, that's what you're looking for.
So wait.
Big movie experience.
Yeah,
West-
it's 3 hours
Shoots,
long.
bomb!
No,
Westroads
that's the
IMAX
thing,
is
though.
an
I'm not
IMAX?
looking for the big movie experience because that's
But
what
it was
you
also
get.
very talky. That
It
was a
is.
talky
Well,
movie.
and that's
Yeah.
fine. I'm not saying
And
it's
naked.
good or it's
A lot of
bad.
naked.
Yeah.
But
a lot of nudity.
Lot of
John,
nudity.
there's
Lot of
John,
boobs
you
in
love
that movie.
nudity.
A lot of boobs.
yeah, but you
Well,
know what? I don't like to mix my
we're-
nuclear bombs with boobs.
Why not,
What do you mean?
John?
You don't want nuclear boobs?
Nah, no one wants nuclear boobs.
Those are two of the favorite bees in the world.
Destroyer. of
Wait,
worlds.
so Westroads doesn't have actual IMAX?
That's not actual IMAX. It's pretend.
So
what is
why
it?
do
It's a
they
lowercase I.
why can they advertise it as
Because
that?
no offense, people like they just think like, oh, it's IMAX.
Oh, damn.
Well, yeah,
No
but,
offense. No offense.
but,
Seriously.
they
but
got
doesn't
me.
it say why do you think something's IMAX when it's not?
Well, because it says IMAX. When I bought the ticket, it said IMAX.
Okay, so
So
why
it's a
are they
big-
allowed to do that? Is it or is it like champagne? Everyone just uses it, but it's technically only what the French
It's a
do.
big screen, but it is not true IMAX.
Oh yeah,
It-
because IMAX is the
like,
sound and picture.
yeah,
it's like
it
all of it
stacks
combined.
on top
Yeah,
of it
yeah,
or something
yeah.
like that. But it's not the real. It's just a huge ass screen.
So
There's
I
also
But
didn't
the
see.
real IMAX is
Yeah.
in Council Bluffs.
Damn.
If I remember
right.
right, the Council Bluffs one is like an IMAX, like it's like the IMAX, and the other one's like an IMAX experience. It's like they have like a slight deviation where it's like the screen is the same, but something else.
Damn,
is
I
different.
feel lied to. I didn't
This
see
sucks.
Oppenheimer in IMAX, I guess.
Rip.
Mhm.
This
Tough
is
look for me.
This is like going and ordering a burger and you realize that's not real meat.
Mm.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't know.
So here it is. So this
There's
is
some
from
good Impossible.
This is from Reddit a couple years ago from the Omaha subreddit. AMC has a deal to use the IMAX branding on certain theaters with upgraded digital projections and sound. Usually these IMAX screens are slightly larger than a standard AMC screen, but are not the larger size and more square aspect ratio of a full IMAX one, such as the one in Council Bluffs. Because that's the thing. IMAX
So
is
it's
actually,
IMAX's fault.
it's not as wide. It's actually taller.
Yeah,
That's
'cause-
what makes the IMAX different.
I've seen screenshots of like this is this movie in IMAX, but then when they play it on TV, like the whole third of the top of the screen
Yes,
is cut off.
hold and
Correct.
download for 4K.
Yep.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's why Oppenheimer, every time Nolan has a new movie, I go see it in the IMAX because I want to see it the way he intended. I'm like one of those suckers where
Yeah,
Tom Cruise is like,
right.
thank you for coming to my movie.
I
and
love
seeing
that,
it in the
yes.
way that we
Those are the
intended
best.
it to.
Those
I
are
would-
the best.
I want people to listen to this show like how we intended on a horrible garbage
On
scene.
AM radio.
I want them to have the Walkman in their pocket, and I want to be listening. That's what I want.
I would, joking, murder somebody to see Interstellar in IMAX.
That
Yeah,
is-
I would
I didn't
love
see
to
that
see-
Way
one
to
in
point at me
IMAX.
for that one. I appreciate
I was
that.
pointing at the camera.
Yeah,
Okay.
but real IMAX or just IMAX?
Well,
IMAX
real
Light.
IMAX.
It's
I
like
don't-
college football, NFL Light.
I don't
IMAX
like-
Light.
Ooh.
I don't like
IMAX
that I've
Light.
been lied to.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
in that same sense, in the college football sense, you've seen those like bars that have like you're in like stadium seating and they
Yes.
have like the big screen?
Yes.
Are you into that? I'm into that. I
That,
think
look,
that'd be
that looks
great.
actually very interesting. I don't know if I would
Oh, I
want to
don't
do
know.
it a lot. I think
Yeah.
it'd be just like a one time,
Mhm.
and it would probably be for something I don't have a vested interest
Like
in.
I would watch like the Red River rivalry like from there because I think it would be cool to be like, oh, I
Sure.
feel like immersed without having to like go to the stadium and
Yeah.
people being like, who are
I-
you rooting for?
I would
I
be,
don't care.
I'd be triggered if it was a game that I cared about
Yeah,
who won.
right. Yep.
Because it's like I gotta just watch it the way it's
It's
supposed
like watching the Manning cast.
Yeah,
You don't want to watch
yeah.
the Manning
I don't-
cast if
when
it's
the
a
Rams
game.
are on Monday night, I don't watch the Manning cast.
Mm,
Yeah.
okay.
Because I want to watch.
Interesting.
I just want the game. I don't
Mhm.
need the entertainment. I don't need the falderall.
Yeah.
Just give me the game. But yeah, that deal looks really
Yeah.
cool.
In that same sense, the ESPN2 has been broadcasting like some of the finals like on like a second channel where they're putting like the stats and stuff like on and the percentage of shots and whatnot. I didn't realize I was watching like one of the Thunder Wolves games on this like ESPN2 second channel. I was like, what am I watching? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
There were so many things happening. And then I realized I was on like the second broadcast. So I like switched over and by then it was already like a 42-point blowout. So I didn't really
Yeah,
care.
who cares?
Whatever.
Just get out of here.
Didn't bother me.
Doesn't matter.
Didn't bother
By the way, Nick, our internet broke. That's why we got kicked out of the stream.
Oh,
over
rip.
that.
Oh,
yeah.
well,
It
I'm
just
still here.
completely froze.
You can still see me. You can
There.
still see us. There's Austin, right?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
have no internet.
I'm
Our
back
no.
now.
pets' heads are falling off.
Well, That's the start of the downfall. That's how every empire falls. Started with the internet.
Pretend IMAX.
With thunderous applause.
right here.
Oh, thank you.
I'm
Dave.
back, John. If
Appreciate
you
it.
refresh it.
I'm not. Oh, it literally isn't showing any internet.
Oh, you have zero internet.
Zero
No bars.
internet.
No bars.
Yikes. What's been going on with our internet lately? It used to be good and now it's bad.
I don't know.
You know where I didn't have this problem? Home.
Whoa. Sorry to hear that.
Are you leaving us? Are you going back home?
John?
I'm just saying I didn't have this problem at home.
Yeah, but then you didn't get to see us.
I did. It was through a computer screen.
John, the last time I saw you were in person, and now you're back in person again. So it's really like nothing's changed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is like time travel for you.
The legitimate last time I saw John was, I think, the day before you had your injury. And then
It probably was.
Yeah,
Was it at the
and
ballpark or
It was
something?
at the
It was
ballpark.
at-
We did the show from the ballpark.
Yes,
and
we
then
did.
I left to
Oh,
go to a
yeah.
Mount Michael boys soccer game, and I never heard from John again.
That's right.
Wow.
It was. That was the day before.
You should have said, hey, watch out this weekend.
I should
You
have.
should have.
I should have prayed for you. I was at Mount Michael.
Oh,
So I should have done. That's
good
my
Lord.
fault.
Well, see, if
It
you
really
would've-
is on me at this point.
If you would have said "watch out" this weekend, that would have sounded like a threat, and then people would have thought that.
Well, I took
you
your
did
dad's
it.
DeLorean.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
Oh,
I knew.
okay.
I knew.
Ah.
Going back. Yes.
Good point.
That's
And
not funny that you can't read.
I
because you're
can't
not
read
in-
because the internet's down.
Used
So-
to have stuff in the building, and now we don't. Front desk employee, staff, internet.
Oh boy. Oh, no.
Wow. That's what he said.
That's harsh.
Uh-huh.
Popcorn, good popcorn.
Hey, I saw we had popcorn last week,
Yeah,
Thursday.
no, it's not. It's not the same.
It's not
Wow.
the same
It's
popcorn?
like the pretend IMAX. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Mm.
Oh.
Pretend popcorn.
like it's
pretend.
legally popcorn for sure.
It's impossible popcorn.
It's
Hmm.
just not made.
I
With the
can't
same
believe
love.
it's not popcorn.
Okay, but I can't believe it's not butter does slap. I do like that. I'm for it.
I'll be honest with you. I don't remember the last time I had it.
Okay, that's fair. I
Had
just
what?
bought it because it was cheaper than the other options, and then,
Yeah.
then they randomly hiked the price up, and I went,
Oh,
"Oh
of
no,
course.
how dare they? They don't
Yeah, it
know
was-
I still check the prices."
It was like the Jack's Frozen Pizza back in the day. That used to be like the budget pizza, and it was really
Mhm.
good. And then all of a sudden they realized, hey, everyone's buying it. So now it's the same price as all the others.
Yeah.
Sucks.
My favorite frozen pizza is like $8, and it makes me so mad because I don't get it often, obviously, because
Yeah.
it's $8 frozen.
Yeah, might as
pizza.
well just get pizza.
But it's really.
But is frozen pizza more about the value, or is it about the quality?
Used to
I've
be
always
about
found it-
both.
I've
Yeah.
always found
Oh,
it's, the
it's always been
It's
about
a-
the value.
It's
Why
supposed to be a value
access,
thing.
yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
this isn't as good as Pizza Hut, but it's cheaper. That's why I'm getting
Oh,
it.
Pizza
Correct.
Hut is your standard of pizza?
No, I'm just saying like in general. Like
What is your
frozen pizza.
standard?
My standard?
Yeah.
For like takeout pizza?
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, jeez. Like if I just want like a generic takeout pizza, it
Yes.
might be Pizza Hut.
Oh,
Or
So
Domino's.
to answer the question, it was
yeah,
pizza.
so
Yeah.
it was Pizza Hut the
But
entire
that's
time.
not. That's
That's
not.
a good. That's a good. That's a
It's
good
not
bar
my
though.
favorite
That's good.
pizza. That's
No
No
just
one's saying that.
No.
No one's saying it's your favorite.
It's
That's
just
not-
like the
No,
baseline.
but that's a
what
that's a
standard
good
means.
that's a good baseline.
I don't know the
pizza.
last time I had pizza. Pizza has it improved?
like Casey's, I guess that could be my
Well, no,
standard.
you take that off.
Casey's is my standard. Yeah. Yeah, that would be my.
I suggested we have Casey's a week ago or so, and I was told that they screw up the order too much.
Wow.
Interesting.
That's what my mom wanted.
And I
for
was very
Mother's Day.
disappointed
She wanted
because
a
that's
Casey's
so
pizza?
much. It's so much better than
It's
a lot of other people.
really over the last few years. I think they had this problem where they expanded too quickly because they bought all those old like BPs.
Yeah.
And I think the quality control had gone downhill because it was
Mm.
just too much expansion. Like the one next my old apartment that was a BP turned into a Casey's.
Right.
They didn't even change anything about inside the store, and I think they kept their old recipe for their pizza too.
The old BP recipe?
Yeah.
Oh wow, that would be
BP
triggering
pizza.
if you're craving
Like,
Casey's and
now
you
that-
get BP pizza.
Yeah.
I was a
Yeah.
little
That
triggered.
would be tough.
That was right at the start, and I'm sure eventually they
Oh yeah,
figured
Oh,
it
yeah.
out.
Incorporated the new
Absolutely.
pizza.
But the fact that it was still like that to begin with, you know,
Yeah.
like there should be more onboarding and
You would think.
notice.
Stibbs knows what's up. Motor City Pizza Co. is the GOAT frozen pizza.
Oh,
It is.
I have
never
heard that.
heard
It
of that.
It's
actually
like
is very
Detroit
good.
style.
It is very good.
It's
yes.
awesome.
Never
I don't
heard of
find
it.
it everywhere though. That's my problem.
We get ours at Costco because you can get two of them
Interesting.
and it's just a little cheaper. It's
Big wholesale.
really good.
I've never heard of that.
It's super thick.
I never think to buy frozen pizzas at Costco because the endearing slice that awaits me at the
I
end
do
of my
like
grocery run.
the Costco pizza.
I had Costco pizza for the first time a couple months ago.
70
Were you a
grams of
fan?
protein.
Overrated.
Wow,
That's fine.
Interesting.
It's $1.99. I don't care if it's overrated.
But you know what?
It
I
is
thought
cheap.
the same thing of Papa Murphy's.
Yeah, I've never had
oh,
Papa.
It's been 20 years since I had
Yeah,
Papa
I haven't had it in
Murphy's.
a long time, but I remember when I did, I was like, "This is yeah."
I always get shade from this, but a Little Caesars pizza does its job, and I'm
Oh, yeah.
perfectly
I agree.
fine with that.
For the
I love
price.
a Little
I mean,
Caesars
I
pizza,
agree.
and I always hate when people are like, "Oh, you would eat that?" and be like, "Yeah, it's hot, fresh, and ready, and
It's
I can take
pizza.
it. I can eat this whole thing, and I have no repercussions.
It's literally
except
pizza.
tomorrow.
Of course I'll
It's
eat
hot
it.
Yeah.
and it's ready. That's their whole bit.
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, well, then the next day. I'm not talking about the next day. I ordered it for right now. I
Right.
don't worry about tomorrow when I ordered a Little Caesars pizza.
Like, the worst thing about Little Caesars is that it sucks at reheating. It
Yeah.
reheats the worst out of every
Exactly.
pizza.
Yeah.
So you eat it cold the next day.
No.
Problem solved.
100%.
Oh, no. Now, I have not reheated it in the air fryer. The air fryer is a game changer
The air
when it
fryer
comes to
with pizza,
reheating pizza.
it is phenomenal.
I will maintain that Val's is better reheated in the air fryer.
Can you
Then
bring
it
your
is
air fryer
fresh.
to Memorial
Val's
Stadium
is
this
best
year?
on the bottom of a trash can.
Nice.
I would, but
Separated by cardboard.
because they laid down black turf on the sidelines.
That'll cook it for you, John.
We're just going to be able to cook
There
it
you
right
go.
there on
Very
the
true.
field.
Yep. Go visit the visitor sideline and just roast with what do we got up there? Like Arkansas State that's coming in this year.
Yep.
Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, ooh, that's
Craving
gonna be-
Little Caesars now.
Little Caesars
Are
is
you,
good.
Nick?
little bit.
That's what you took out of that whole conversation.
Yeah, it made me think about Little Caesars and how cheap it is.
Well,
Yeah.
you.
You can even get the breadsticks and the marinara
You can.
for under $15.
I do like the crazy.
Although
bread.
they did.
And it's really not even like it's
yeah. What
nothing.
makes
It's-
it crazy?
I don't know. No
It's just
part of
bread
it.
with crap on it. Sign
And
me
it's-
up.
That's the crazy
Truthfully,
part.
it's barely bread. It's just their dough. That's
Legally,
all
they're
they
allowed
do.
to refer
Yes.
to it as bread.
Hey, if they can legally refer to whatever they're doing at Westroads as IMAX,
Nice.
I say the same thing.
It's also the same thing. You remember when Subway came out and they're like, our bread is not cake. And then like whatever the European like food industry was like, no, it has too much sugar. It is
Yeah.
cake. Yeah.
They classified it as a pastry.
That was really fun. I was talking with my mom about this over the weekend that she was like, remember when Subway was like healthy? And I was like, I guess. Yeah. And she was like, do you know they have a new $5 Doritos like nacho box?
Yeah,
and
they
I was
do.
like, that's crazy.
It's
Like,
incredible.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
They also have foot long churro, foot long cookie.
Yes. That's incredible. Good for them.
They're just running with the foot long bit, even though it was proven it's
Why
not
not?
actually foot long.
Why not? You have to. If you're known for something, you got to use it.
Remember when those were $5?
Remember
what they
Little
took.
Caesars
Look what
was
they
$5?
Yeah.
Look what they took from us.
Thanks, Obama. Jeez.
Little Caesars
Yeah.
isn't $5 anymore.
What is it now? 6?
$5.50.
Like,
Well, yes. Going
Well,
all the
I
way
mean,
back to
no,
the-
I think it's like
yeah.
6 or 7.
Going
Well,
back to the
that's
beginning of the
tariffs. I mean, it's
conversation.
Italian, so-
Remember when it was $5 Tuesdays? And now it's like $6. They call it like Value Tuesday is what they called it at the movie theaters.
I've said this to my coworkers before because it's a cause of concern. But at our Herd at Sports office,
so it's
not at the
working.
Herd at Sports, I should say. It's at the upstairs of the third floor people. There is someone who brings in Raising Cane's every single day for their lunch, and I walk by them.
How
and
much money do they make?
That person is the richest person in this town outside of Warren Buffett.
Holy
he might be
crap.
Warren Buffett. If you can afford Raising Cane's every single day at lunch,
Also-
that's insane.
I had Raising Cane's recently, and I was flabbergasted at the amount it cost for
Yes,
my,
Yeah.
it's
my
crazy.
meal.
It's gone up so steep over. Like, it was never cheap, but it's gone up a lot
How do they
more.
stay in business? Who's eating this?
So,
It's
and
good. Don't get me wrong. Like I want to eat Raising Cane's. I just don't want to pay for it.
I discovered Raising Cane's when I first moved to Omaha, right after college. And
Yes.
there was a period where I had it for like 3 days straight just because I couldn't get it out. This is incredible.
Yeah,
This is
it
amazing.
is.
And by the third day, my heart started to hurt. So I don't know how somebody can eat it
That's incredible.
every single day.
Yeah.
Just straight up.
You'd
it's
have to have-
good, but
An incredibly efficient lifestyle outside of your Raising Cane's meal at lunch.
you would.
like
All
you,
right.
marathon boy.
I know. Yeah.
Look
That
at
was-
you running a
geez,
marathon.
Yeah, and I got my Ironman in 2 weeks now. So
Hell yeah, Austin. If I still did a podcast, I'd have you on to talk about it.
oh rip,
Yeah.
my whole goal was to get or chasing 3. That was my whole goal. Jeez, now
It'll
I can't
come
even
back
do that
someday.
anymore.
I'll talk to you someday.
Uh,
All right, here we go. So you can get your stuffed pretzel crust for $9.99. Just a regular pretzel crust for $6.99. Just the regular old pepperoni pizza is $6.99.
Wow, jeez.
The
$7.
classic Italian sausage is $7.89.
I didn't know they made sausage.
The
$7.89.
beef is $7.99. Why is the beef 10 cents more than the sausage?
Well, they don't use local. That's why.
So
Ah.
you guys know how the penny's dying, right?
Yeah, I sent this to John earlier.
What's
penny?
gonna happen?
The actual penny.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
they're
thought
gonna
that was like a
stop making
restaurant.
it.
Do you think all these restaurants and all these prices of everything is just going to boost everything up to even numbers, but they're going to boost
No,
it up way more
because
than it needs
Things
to?
are $7.99 versus $8 because it sounds better in your head and you think it's cheaper.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
why it's $7.99. So no, that won't change. Everyone pays on cards.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I'm a tap and go.
If
Just like me.
anything, Nick, imagine the olden times of just paying with money. I would rather the thing be $8 because I have $8. I
Yeah.
don't
Right.
need. I don't need to. Pay
I don't
a
need
penny.
to be holding on to a penny. Yeah,
Yeah.
it does me no.
It's not
favor.
going to change.
But what happened? Are you just going to be like So you have it's something's $9.99. You have $10. You give it to them.
I would say, yeah. You just say
just
thanks.
like,
See you
thanks.
later. I don't want the penny anyway. Do you?
I mean, I like having my money.
Yeah, but you don't like
you
having
need
a
that
penny.
penny that
you don't
bad?
need a penny.
Well,
I have plenty of them if you want one.
I like to collect them and then put them in the money machine.
Oh, nice.
And get money.
I do love
penny is money.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
penny
want no
do equal money.
Seriously, whenever I buy something with cash and there's like 5 cents, I just say, "See you later."
Yeah, anytime I go to like a high school game and they have like a
you go to high school games often?
Plenty of them. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, not anymore. The games are now ceased.
Rip.
So
do you have any
rip,
kind of,
as the kids say?
Do you have any kind of jewelry that you take with you?
I do. Yeah, I usually put my gauges in, like you used to do. Yeah. So
gauges.
yeah, the big game gauge.
I've been getting served the millennial subreddit lately. Like I don't follow, but I just get it on my timeline all the time. And so I was scrolling on Reddit last night, and there was one. It was like millennials who had these. What do your ears look like now?
Rip.
Because that was, was that a millennial thing? Apparently it was.
Because I remember.
Do you know what gauges are, John?
No.
You know the people with the big goofy things in their ears, like the earrings that are just like
just a giant hollow loop?
Yeah,
those are called gauges.
They're called gauges?
That's what they're called, John.
Like getting engaged, but gauges, yes.
Oh my God.
Well, gauge like you're getting wire. They ask, what kind of gauge do you want?
And also the prevailing joke, if you remember this.
Millennials are making a joke about something they don't understand.
No, it's not a joke. It's what it is.
Whoa.
It's what it is.
Hey, it's my generation. Let me get triggered, Nick. You don't have to be defensive about it.
Zoomers had gauges too.
It's just a joke.
You're a joke.
Nick, stop it.
Do you remember the prevailing joke, though, on Facebook? It was like, when I see someone wearing this, I'm going to put a lock in their ear.
Yes, yeah.
Those are the best.
People grab their ear and pull down. My
Just the
God.
best.
I mean, it is kind of funny to do that.
John, you can't do that to people.
That would hurt somebody.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anybody anymore.
But
that
also,
has
your
gauges.
regular Casey's gas station employee has gauges.
Oh, really?
That
Poll
100%.
question.
Really?
More or less.
So that's why they keep messing up the pizza order.
Yep, that's right.
John,
Their
did you ever?
Their fingers are in their gauges. That's why.
Did you ever want earrings, John?
What do you think?
Did you ever want gauges?
I don't know, man. Like, you haven't always been old. Didn't have like one moment in time you're like, man, it'd be cool to have an earring.
I've never had the desire to pierce metal through my body.
Jen, what was it like to be?
Why'd you say it that way?
Because that's exactly what it is. It's piercing metal through your body.
So you're not into nipples then? Not a pierced nipple guy?
No, absolutely not.
I have nipples, Greg. Could you milk me?
All right. I know more about John than when I
just never had the desire to pierce metal. That's all.
Makes sense. I mean, I wanted it for like a spell when I was in 4th grade.
Hell
My
yeah.
dad was like, no.
Hell yeah.
And now I look back and I say, thank you, Dad.
Thanks, Dad. No gauges for this guy.
And it gives it people another thing to target. You know,
That is true.
You get in a scrap and all of a sudden they just pull on it. It's like, my earring.
Stibbs, there's occasionally old photos of Stibbs that will pop up, and he's got a little diamond going on in one of his earlobes.
That's what I'm talking about.
These are old photos. These are before we knew Stibbs.
For a hot minute in high school, I thought about getting snake bites.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
I didn't, but I thought about it.
Did you ever think about getting your ears pierced?
No, never my ears.
Never your ears.
Someone in my graduating class in Sydney, Nebraska, the Western Panhandle, they got grills, which was so phenomenal. They wore them for their senior photos, and it went over as well as you think it did.
Stibbs has followed up. I had both ears pierced. Had some hotties do it in our dorm on a mission trip to Chicago.
Oh, hotties and mission trip.
Stibbs,
trip?
Was it a mission trip, or did you just want to go see Pearl Jam again?
Also, are there such
Yeah,
things
it
as
sounds like a
mission
Pearl
trips in
Jam
Chicago?
trip.
I don't think I've ever heard of that.
It's probably just a youth
Do they
trip
need
situation.
to spread Jesus in Chicago?
It sounds like a euphemism.
Austin, you got to spread Jesus everywhere.
That's true. Well, they already have Kanye. What more do they need?
They already have Kanye.
They
What
do.
more do they need? Excellent point. Tony says, I wanted frosted tips, and my aunt was like, no. I did that. Not frosted tips, but I did. I bleached the top of my head one time.
Yep.
I got frosted tips as a bit in college on the radio station.
Sounds
I
about
did
right.
the Tyrone Matthew haircut because that was popular. So
Honey Badger?
Yep, junior year of high school football. Did
What's
the
that?
Blonde hair, and then you shave down the sides.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
That was really cool. So
now I know what year you were a junior in high school.
Yes,
2011?
Yep.
No, God, no, 2015.
Oh, I guess you're thinking a pro version of Honey Badger.
Yes,
Sorry, I was
thank
thinking
you.
of
Yes.
LSU Honey Badger.
But yes, my very conservative Catholic church did not
I
appreciate that.
bet they were
I
triggered.
was supposed to read in church. I was left off the fall lecturing schedule that year. So
People with hair like that aren't allowed to lead the Bible.
Nope. Not me. Not this guy.
I mean, that seems to be a weird thing to do, but sure, okay.
Read at church? Oh, sorry. I can't
No, no,
support
no.
my local community,
John,
John.
she's anti-God.
No, the
Yikes.
banning you from doing it because of your hair.
Did
not like
you
you had-
hear is a very conservative Catholic
it's
church?
not like you carved 666 into your
Yes.
forehead.
You know what, John? You're right. The Catholics have always been so welcoming and open. You're right.
Apparently.
I think John's just mad because Pope is White Sox.
Rip.
Hey, they need him more than we do, man.
Hey, but he's a Big East honk. So
Who
we're
get the
fine.
Catholics need him more than you do? We're talking about the White
No,
Sox.
the White Sox need the Pope
more than the Cubs.
More than the Cubs.
I see. My bad. I misunderstood.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say that the Catholics also need Pope.
Do they? Well, yeah. They
He's
Mark
their
Pope?
whole
Kentucky?
figurehead.
Yeah, that's true.
It's the whole bit.
Hey, if this dude would finally say, that whole no meat on Fridays thing,
Yeah,
He'd be such
and
a
just give
fan.
the old cut sign, I'd be like,
He tweets a lot of stuff.
you're
Maybe
my Pope, man.
go look in there. Let's see if he has anything about I'm having a burger. Screw it.
I can't
Yeah.
imagine a Pope from Chicago would be anti-meat, like
On a
Chicago
Friday.
beef.
On a
should
Friday.
Exactly.
He should literally be like only Chicago-style hot dogs on Fridays from here on out. That would be
Now
crazy.
that is
I would be
acceptable.
Fish fries turn into Chicago dog fries.
That would
I
be
love
so
Chicago
cool.
Dog Friday.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Chicago
That
Dog
would be
Friday.
tremendous.
Oh, just all of the Vatican City residents.
I would
just like,
immediately put my stock into sport peppers.
Oh, and then we
man.
get the high school lunch version of a Chicago
yes.
dog.
Yeah, oh god, that'd be perfect.
Oh yeah, what would that be?
Normal green tinted hot dog for some reason because they
Right.
were boiled.
Right.
They might have like pickle chips that they cut up themselves and just
Rip.
kind of have
Yeah.
off on like a
Yeah.
steel bowl with like a spoon on the side.
Right.
What else is on a Chicago dog?
tomato slice?
Tomatoes.
Pickle spear.
I was gonna say there's a whole pickle.
There's but they wouldn't. They'd skip on the pickle.
I was
Chopped onion, diced onion.
I was sweet on a girl from Chicago once, and
Nice. Congrats, dude.
You said like a man from the 60s.
I was sweet
Yeah.
on a girl,
Yeah,
and
you-
she's from Chicago, and I went and ordered a plain hot dog, and I think that then she was no longer sweet on me if she ever was. She was like, "What are you doing?
She
Why did
stabbed
you
in the heart?
Why did you just get a hot dog? Because that's how I want it.
Because I only like ketchup.
No, I don't like ketchup.
See, he
Nick.
doesn't like.
Oh,
I got it plain.
Oh, you didn't put any topping on that?
I had a
I
brat
forgot-
today for lunch. Plain.
Brats
plain
are different,
brat.
though.
I forgot
Brats are
that you
different.
raw
Brats are
dogged
Okay,
flavored.
hot
brats,
Brats are
is
flavored.
acceptable because brats have a lot of flavor, and yeah,
You're saying hot dogs have no flavor?
But if it's a really good hot dog, yes. But of all the things that we normally put condiments on, I would think the plain hot dog is the most unusual.
Probably. You think
Like-
over a burger?
Yes.
yes.
Really?
Absolutely.
I feel like that's worse now as I've gotten older. Why would you just want the burger?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
I want
Well,
stuff on it.
if you just don't want to,
I think it's the delivery system. It's the delivery system of it. Like it all sits on top
You don't like
of
how
it.
phallic it is, or what?
No, I don't mind that. It's just that, like I feel like everything would spill. I'm not opposed to it. Next time I have a hot dog, I'll put some crap on it. for
Actually, you know what?
Onions.
I know what you're going at. I actually agree with you because
you don't
all the
normally
toppings.
put stuff on hot dogs.
We just talked about it.
Yeah.
No, you said brats.
No, I don't put anything on
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
Except for
Everything.
burgers.
Everything's sitting
Except
on
for
top.
burgers. That's weird.
But everything's sitting on top of like a brat or a
It's just-
hot
it
dog.
could
It's
just-
going to spill.
It's gonna spill and
Like
fall
the
off.
burger naturally. I mean, it's like any
Holds
other
it.
sandwich. Yeah, it
Do you-
naturally seals
So
everything.
you put-
Again, it's a delivery
So
system.
you put nothing on a taco either.
No, because taco wrapped up. I don't eat
Soft
crunchy tacos.
I think
If you eat a hard shell taco, you're 8 years old. That's just how I feel.
Thank
the
you.
only thing I
I don't
ever
want one of those.
really
That's not
like
fair.
on a hot dog
Eat nachos if you want that.
Yeah.
I
Plus the
just-
chip isn't as good.
Exactly.
It's not as
Or
good.
just order a
I don't
bowl.
mind it. I don't mind it. I mean, do I prefer the corn tortilla? Yes. But,
John, I don't know how much money I would pay, but it would be a lot to watch you eat a hard shell taco in that cast right now. That would be a lot.
well, I have another hand.
Oh,
I
this
know,
could
but
be
I
a
don't
great
want you to
bit.
use that hand. I want to see what happens in that.
Oh,
one.
there's nothing's getting used.
Go
if,
get us
if
some
I
Taco
had
Bell
to
quick.
live based on this hand,
Just
I'd
point
be
at
dead
me.
right now.
Three Doritos tacos.
Three
Thanks.
Doritos tacos.
There would
I'd love
be-
to see the Dorito taco cheese just left over on your cast hanging out. Great.
Yeah, it's
It's
not,
sad that we can't sign it. That's such a bummer.
Yeah.
Oh, or have cast gone woke now? We
No, I
can't
think
sign
this is
cast?
new cast technology.
no, it's
Whoa.
just it's just like the
It's
plastic.
just slippery.
Yeah, nothing would really stick to it.
They let you drive with that?
What if we put little pieces
Not
of
really.
tape on it and we signed the little pieces of tape?
That's fun. Like
You know,
how
like-
they used to label your cubby in kindergarten.
So like when we have leftovers, we write it on like a piece of like green,
Yeah.
tape, and we put it on the thing so we know like how long it's been in the fridge. What if we all got that? We signed our names and we stuck the tape to your cast,
like the bear.
like that.
You should
Nick,
make
exactly.
You should make a trophy out of it and put it on your desk when you're all healed and recovered.
Oh god,
No, I plan on burning this thing.
Okay, that'll work too.
I
Smell like
plan on-
garbage.
I'm planning on lighting a lot of things on fire.
Nice.
Chance. Do I want to raise a child with a plain hot dog sink boy? Some toots from Chicago.
That's good chance. Well played.
The only thing I really need on a hot dog is diced onions and mustard.
That's
Yeah.
a crazy
That's-
combo.
that's
Your
fine.
minimum.
Yeah.
That's a crazy bare minimum.
I don't want
Because you will not get
Well,
probably both of those things at most hot dog places.
I mean, what about just mustard?
I would
Yeah.
say either just mustard or just ketchup. You're probably more likely to have at just like general
Well,
hot
you're
dogs.
right.
Yeah.
You're right, but I don't mind the onion part. That
No.
sounds good.
No, I enjoy the onion.
We should probably go.
Oh, that's
We've
right.
had too much fun with you, Austin.
Oh, sorry. That's just me making a crossover longer. I apologize. But crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
That's
Nice.
Austin. Are you back tomorrow?
I'll be back tomorrow and Friday.
Look at this.
You're all
Austin,
You're just taking the whole rest of the week off? What kind of
Yeah.
lazy millennial is Happer?
Well, he's in the Happer Regional, so it's just going to be a
when
Whoop
John
Dixie
does
day.
games, he still does radio.
Yeah, unless I fill in for him.
Unless you fill in for him, yeah.
There's that.
Interesting. That's
All
a
right.
tough look for my generation.
Tough.
We will be back, and the Grum goes on after this on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. just a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Total and utter and complete disrespect
Of
Nebraska
by
Oklahoma.
what?
Yep.
Again?
Oh, yeah, it's happening.
Also, you see Brian Kelly said the Big Ten is the GOAT.
Unsportsmanlike conduct.
God, what a
on 1620
dumbass.
The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
What have I told you about that guy?
That he's smart,
That
handsome.
he's not as good as he thinks he is.
Well, he has good opinions, though, John.
No, he doesn't.
He has good opinions.
He does not have good opinions if he thinks the Big Ten is the GOAT.
Let's read the tweet, shall we, from Ralph
Please,
Russo,
please read the tweet.
friend of the Grum of The Athletic. LSU coach Brian Kelly on an SEC Big Ten regular season series. Quote, look, the Big Ten right now holds it on the SEC. They've won the last 2 national championships. Okay, that's the reality of it. We want to get challenged in that regard, and we'd like to be able to get that done.
Okay, well, that's not saying anyone's
End
the
quote.
GOAT.
To which multiple people sent me the tweet from Kings of the North, the best college football podcast
good
out
Lord,
there.
Talk about a bunch of insufferable fools.
North is on top. SEC is chasing. Brian Kelly gets it. Let's do this thing. Shout out to Doug LeMaurice, baby. Let's go, Doug. Nice tweet. And thank you to my friends, including Connor Happer, for sending it my way.
Unbelievable.
Thank you for sending it my way. I am what I am, John.
Unbelievable.
If you want to send John tweets that he'll like, if it says college football's bad, send it John's way, and he'd be happy to give it the old retweet.
Kind of is.
Chance writes, is OU going to be the thing that brings John back to cheering for the Huskers? Only time will tell.
Blue Jay Bishop finally changing his stripes.
Jay Sker Bishop is back. Folks, starting on Friday. What's wrong? What's wrong?
I made a terrible mistake.
What'd you do?
I made
Save
it.
the Grum down in the wrong spot?
No, I saved it in the same spot, but there's this like cloud thing called OneDrive.
Oh, yeah, OneDrive sucks.
Yeah. And now
Is your storage full?
I can't find it.
You can't find the Grum down?
Yeah, so I got my little pin here. It says, this is where I save it. I save it in this file, and it says, nope, not here anymore.
Why don't you just save it to the desktop?
Well, because this is where I've always saved it.
Maybe you just got to evolve and adapt and change. Maybe
Why
just
should I have to adapt?
I don't know.
I mean, it's a folder. It's just a folder.
I actually went through the effort to turn off autosync on OneDrive, which Microsoft makes very hard, by
I don't
the
even
way.
know what OneDrive is.
It's essentially a cloud storage system, but then you only get so much as the free version, and then they kind of hold you at gunpoint. It's like, hey, you can't download any more things or have anything else on your computer.
Okay, how do I turn this thing off?
I don't remember. It's a process, and it's
Oh,
annoying.
my God, because the Grum down is not going to happen.
Nope, I'll put one together real quick.
There's for sure a way to do it. It's just a pain in the ass.
But I literally can't get to the file I want to get to.
I'm sorry.
Because the OneDrive says, nope, you're not allowed.
Let's just do it the old school way with the whiteboard.
I mean, look at white. Oh! I'm going to spend the rest of the day trying to get this off of my computer. Because the problem is, everything I've been doing lately, it keeps popping up a message. Hey, you should log into OneDrive. Log into OneDrive. I finally said, fine, I'm done with you. I want you out of my life. Just get off my thing. And I hit the click. And then now it's done this.
Here, I'll send you a link, John. I got you.
You found it, Nick, already?
Yeah.
Of how to kill it.
Yep.
Murder it forever.
Yep.
Remove it from this computer.
Well, you can't really remove it, but you can disable it so it never does anything.
Well, thank you. Well, I'll read you what I had.
Okay.
Brought to you by the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Oh, Stib says, I bet it's because your internet went down. You probably need to resync it or log into it or whatever.
No, the internet's back up.
No, but can you resync the drive? Can you do something?
I want to get rid of this thing. It has to be gone.
Okay.
Because it needs to be gone.
Well, look, how about this, John? Well,
we need to murder this. We need to kill it.
Look at this.
We need to
Grum down. I made one in 2 minutes.
Thanks, Canva.
That looks ugly.
It looks badass. People love the blue Grum Down,
that is
John.
ugly.
Look at that.
It's more of an indigo.
Point 1 on the Grum Down, brought to you by the rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard. John's computer is dead.
No, the computer's alive.
Oh, okay.
It's just the OneDrive has murdered everything.
Mike Schaefer, he has a beard. I was just trying to get this done as fast as possible
That's fair.
today.
Where did you send this, Nick, by the way?
There.
Thank you.
Does John hate college football or his computer more? What a great topic.
Well, I do hate college football. I hate the people that
and
run
in
it.
this moment, you hate your computer.
Well, it's not the computer. It's the OneDrive.
Okay. Eric
the computer's
Sorensen.
fine. The OneDrive sucks.
He'll talk about stitches, which are on
Baseball.
baseballs, Nick. Ed Servais joins us from the road.
Yes, he
driving
does.
down to Arkansas. I've
Yep.
been to Arkansas before. Let's see. NBA opinions and such.
Oh, and such.
And such. You never know what's going to happen with that. It's a Dumb Debates Wednesday, of course, today, John.
Submit yours now, by the way. We
Yeah.
love getting them.
Yes.
Email them, tweet at us.
And finally, will John break his laptop? It's very much related to John's laptop today on the Grum Down.
It's a laptop show.
Uh-huh. It certainly
It
is.
says quit OneDrive, select pause, sync. See, and it doesn't even give you that.
Katie writes, John is truly evolving into old man angry John right before our
No,
eyes.
John's fair to be mad about
Hey,
this.
listen, if you had
OneDrive-
this GD boat anchor on your freaking arm, you'd be irritated too.
John's
No,
triggered about a lot of stuff.
I am really this is really irritating.
But
Stib says so much for that lucrative OneDrive sponsorship that was about to happen.
You know what?
Stacy's going to
OneDrive-
run down and crash the
OneDrive-
door. No, we're about to sell it.
OneDrive, I'd like to invite you to walk out in the middle of the interstate to get run over by a truck.
Whoa. Holy God.
No, John's right, though. OneDrive sucks. And it's really like
Stib
grossly
says find the toolbar and
predatory.
resync it. Yeah, I know how to do this, John. But John wants to cancel his OneDrive, Stib, so.
See, it literally says right-click on the OneDrive icon in the taskbar. That's what I did. Select pause syncing. There is no pause syncing. There's nothing. Where do you see pause syncing? You don't. Oh, there we go. Here.
There, it was right there, John.
Well, yeah, but it didn't tell me to click on that.
Mm.
Let's see if this is going to work now. Because I had a good Grum Down.
I don't know. Mine was pretty good.
Mine looks better, A.
No.
Because the Rooferees logo isn't obscured by the
What are you
blue
talking
background.
about? It's not obscured. It's right there in the
terri-
bottom right. It's not obscured.
It looks goofy.
Do you want me to make it bigger?
That is not. I can't even read John Higgins' name. I mean, the man put his name on his business
Okay,
for a
John.
reason. You can't even read
Let's
that.
not be critical of the Grum Down, brought to you by John Higgins Weather Guard.
I'm critical of the Grum Down graphic brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
People love it.
Nobody loves it. They're just telling you that to make you feel good because you're doing those commercials about all the feelings and stuff.
No, it's John. This has been going on since February and March when you were gone.
It's still not working.
You have to resync it.
God, this is annoying.
Click. Isn't there a click the refresh button?
What
Right there.
refresh?
Nope, right here. Click that.
No, that's the wrong. See, all I'm trying to do is I can't access
I know,
any
I
of
know.
these folders.
Did you click that refresh button like I told you to?
Yeah,
Okay.
it didn't do anything.
All right.
It literally now won't let me do anything.
Yep, we can hear it.
This is annoying. Again, OneDrive, I want you dead. I want your family dead. I want your house burnt to the ground.
So what is OneDrive? Is this like a work thing?
No, it's like Google.
It's a cloud thing.
It's like Google
Okay.
Drive, but it automatically.
So I guess you
syncs
probably have
your
to just start
computer.
saving it onto a folder on your desktop. That's what I would do if it was.
Well, no, I've always been saving
No.
it to a folder on the computer.
No, so what it does is OneDrive,
Moves
there's
it
a
to
setting.
cloud?
It doesn't move it, it copies it. So everything on your computer, it copies to OneDrive. And the idea behind it is if you get a new computer, it
Sure,
just,
it's all on the OneDrive. Yeah, I
right
understand.
there.
I understand how the cloud
the problem
works.
is it's dumb and annoying and predatory. And if you run out of space, it's like, looks like you have to pay us more money.
I
You
mean-
can't do anything else. It kind of bricks your computer a little.
Nick, life is based off of people making money.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say.
There is a way to turn it off though, because I did it on my laptop. I just don't remember how to do it. I actually did that last time we were in Vegas because I was having trouble with doing anything.
John writes in, John, interstate traffic is already a dumpster fire around here right now. We don't need someone getting run over and shutting it down.
No, I
even
just want
more.
OneDrive run over and shut down.
Mm.
It wants it to
It'll be
OneDrive
it'll
off
be
the
for the
bridge.
good of society. It'll be for the good of society. Just one day. We'll get the spatulas out. We'll scrape it. We'll scrape OneDrive, the broken pieces of OneDrive off the interstate, pile it up in a corner, light it on fire. It'll be fine.
A dumb debates question coming in
Yes.
early in the Grum before we get to Schaefer from Kevin. Can you sue a computer company if an old has a stroke due to the inability to operate their product? That's from Kevin, fine listener of our great show.
All I want is just when I click on my folder that says, hey, this is the folder, that it opens for me. And it doesn't give me this, no!
Steve writes, in breaking news, old man, a.k.a. John Bishop, literally yells at Cloud. Okay, that's pretty funny. John, you're yelling at Cloud right now. You're yelling at a Cloud.
And why did I come back?
I don't know. You can't blame this on coming back.
Why did I come back? I wasn't having this problem until I came back.
You can't blame it on being
I can blame it on anything and anybody, and I will.
Jimmy
I'm going
writes,
to blame this on Greg Sankey. Hey, Sankey, you dumbass. Give me back that martyr baton so I can stick it in your eye.
Ben writes, I have clipped John yelling, I want you dead. I want your family dead, and turning it into the FBI. Can we get this as a drop, please, Nick?
Oh, what difference does it make that who's even running the FBI anymore?
Isn't it I want to be at the RNC with Dan Bongino?
Could be.
I think it's Mr. Bongino. I want to be at the RNC.
All right. Well, I don't know if this show's going to continue or not.
Are we ending the show? Man, Bob Bruce used to get so mad that the show would end early sometimes. You just want to head home? Throw something somewhere and we just leave.
I should.
You want to?
I do. I really do.
Nick, you want to do the show the rest of the day?
really do. Now that I can't open anything, we're just going to... You know what?
What?
We're winging it today.
What do you mean
We're doing it live?
I mean, we still have like everything else is here.
Well, you have everything else here. I have nothing.
You don't have just the grum down. What else do you need? You don't have your prep sheet?
We're winging it today. 402-951-1620. It's the Prairie Flower Casino hotline.
Yep. Each week we're giving out a $100 gift card.
Yeah, we sure are.
Uh-huh.
There's the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, they won't make you log on to OneDrive. They take your banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Yep.
John at 1620thezone. Well, don't email anything to me. OneDrive probably won't let me get to it. Josh at 1620thezone.com.
My computer works.
At 1620thezone.com.
Yeah, mine's working too.
Good.
Well, that's because you don't have OneDrive. What's the other thing? Oh, it's that JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Back when my computer was working, I did post a couple of poll questions.
You can't even post poll questions anymore?
Well, I'm assuming OneDrive is like Skynet. They've just kind of taken over.
You know what this is? This is like Mission Impossible. This is the entity. The entity. That was the villain. Do you remember the
Skynet
entity?
sounds cooler.
It was a pretty bad villain.
Skynet sounds cooler.
Yeah.
Mike Schaefer will be up next.
Awesome. Let's do it.
On 1620 The Zone.
Stories. It was this Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. It's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Joining us from Husker 24/7. Shave, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm confused. There's no video of you. I can't.
Well, there won't be. The computer is down for a while, so I'm going old school. This is like sports talk in 2001. No computer.
You guys don't have like a camera from the studio that can give you the wide angle?
I guess we could do the studio cam.
Well, you could, but then we got these monitors in the way.
Just seems very annoyed by that suggestion, so I apologize.
No, I don't mind. I'm just going to sit here. I'm not saying anything. I'm just
all
chilling.
Show?
Well, I mean, I will be sitting here for the next 3 hours and 2 minutes.
Yeah, but you won't be talking for the rest of the show?
I'll be talking. No, I'll be talking. I'll say words.
No.
Yeah, we can still talk.
Not to go all body language doctor here, but you seem a little perturbed by something, Josh.
Me?
Am I walking into something here? Was there some
Sean is going to
off-air
throw
drama?
his computer into the studio wall. So I'm just trying to play it safe right now.
So you're like the guy riding in the golf cart with the guy who's melting down on the course, and you don't really know what to say. And
that's right.
You can't make a joke.
The best thing to do is to shut your damn mouth.
No words were said during the last commercial break except by John. That is how the commercial break went.
That sounds delightful. I'm happy to be here.
It's good to see you.
I'm always good at alleviating tension.
Yes.
Any way that I can possibly help. So, yeah.
Last time I checked, Nebraska's got a punter now named Archie.
They do.
Last time my computer was working, I saw we had a punter named Archie.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And he takes on the Archie punter, Shafe?
None. I don't really have a lot of rugby punting style takes. I mean, we'll see how it goes. Hopefully better than the Daniel Cherney experience. And Mike Eckler, this is a preferred style. That's why Jack McAllister is not at Nebraska anymore. And I think we would all be happy if Nebraska just had a punter that was able to do his job and the ball went in the direction it was supposed to go and the coverage unit is there and we go forward. I do wonder, I sometimes think about this. How much did we talk about various special teams players when Nebraska was like winning games and doing well? Or so much of the special teams conversation over the last decade is just how it's gone so poorly that you just sort of have to know all of these names and talk about everybody by default. Obviously, your punter and your kicker, you're going to end up talking about more than the long snapper, but
that's the thing. It's the other positions associated with right. Like I remember we talked a lot about Alex Henry as a kicker and a punter because of the weapon that he was. And I think of Shafe, our youth, when we would talk about guys like DeJuan Gross. But again, it was because they were weapons. DeMornay Pearsonell, maybe most recently, J.D. Spielman. But now it is, you're right. It's all negative that's attached with these guys.
Yeah, but I don't think like in 2013, I know he was having a nice season, but we didn't spend a lot of time talking about Pat Smith or whatever,
No.
Sometimes you just have the guy who comes in and does his job and you don't really have to think about it or talk about him. I kind of miss those days. So looking forward to seeing if Nebraska can get back there.
What is your expectation for the special teams in 2025 in terms of like improvement and a level that they need to get to if you're going to say, all right, that is success for Mike Eckler in year one?
I would like for it to at least be a contest between Nebraska and the Big Ten team across from them as to who might have the better day on special teams instead of just being default the other team every time Nebraska plays a conference game, because it's been really bad. And I was on here last year during the season every Wednesday trying to come up with different descriptions of just how embarrassed I thought Nebraska should be by their special teams performance. And so I think if they can avoid just a repeat of that, obviously it's a step in the right direction. And then if you can actually get to the point where they're doing things like Tennessee was doing under Mike Eckler these last couple years, then we can talk about Nebraska's special teams actually aiding and helping win football games, which just feels like such a novel concept when even just getting a punt off in the middle of the third quarter felt like a challenge for this unit last year. So I think, there's the best case scenario, which is Mike Eckler steps in and waves a wand and everything is just fantastic. I don't know how likely that is, but can Mike Eckler step in and put Nebraska in a slightly better position or a better position than previous years? I think that's a fair expectation. I'm also very curious. He played a lot of young players on his coverage unit teams and his return unit teams. And I'm really fascinated, when we get into August, we get into the sort of the dog days of camp, when we're having those discussions. Like I'm going to be really interested to see who some of these key gunners or coverage unit guys are, or if some of the freshmen that are coming in this 2025 class are able to get on the field and help right away. If a guy like Christian Jones isn't necessarily going to play a lot at linebacker, but he's able to carve out a role early in his career on special teams and then works his way in, kind of like Mekhi Bayer did in 2023. I mean, it's things like that sort of interest me. And I think that would be a good, positive growth moment for Nebraska special teams. Otherwise, like a lot of other things with this team, it feels like we're very wait and see approach.
So, Shay, going to baseball, how much of the season was redeemed last weekend?
I mean, I think a fair amount. Obviously, I think for me, and this is just Mike Schaefer, the standard of Nebraska baseball is generally, if we're talking over a 5-year period, to be in a regional minimum 4 of 5 years. And what was it, the 22 season where they just had everything went pear-shaped and got away from them. And, Nebraska, like that's what a lot of 2025 felt like it was going to be. Like Nebraska was just going to sort of wallow through a mediocre, this isn't the type of year anyone's expecting season. And, even as recently as the Creighton game that was played at the beginning of this month, I didn't really have a strong belief in this team. Like I wasn't sure that they were going to be able to win games against Michigan and Purdue to even qualify for the tournament. I didn't feel confident that they were going to win the Big Ten until probably Gabe Swanson's home run against Penn State. It's like, I don't see how they're losing at UCLA the next day. And so they have, just by getting to postseason play, they have at least accomplished the box that I think that they should check 80% of the time for Nebraska baseball. And then now we get to see if they can build on it. And then you can always go the other way, which is a version of this team has been there all year. How come it took so long to see them? But I tend to think that there's something special for them in that park when they're playing there. And they find another level to their game. I mean, Jackson Brockett is incredible when he's pitching on that mound in Omaha. Gabe Swanson is otherworldly when he's in the batter's box there. And we just see great performance after great performance. I want to see if that translates when they're in Chapel Hill. I think this draw is so much better than last year's. And I know hindsight allows you to say that, and with Florida making the CWS, but even just the feeling everyone seemed to have after that draw was released. And it's like, oh, cool. Nebraska's getting the team that nobody wants, and they get to play them the first day in a regional where, it's 3:15 to center field or whatever they play in Stillwater down there. So I like how this all sets up. I don't think Nebraska's necessarily going to win the regional, but they're playing good baseball right now. If they carry anything over from the Big Ten, I think they have a chance of beating Oklahoma, who's not even playing, or they're not throwing their ace starter on Friday against Nebraska. Like I find that kind of remarkable, given what Nebraska's offense has done to very quality pitching over their last 5 games here.
So, Shafe, when they get beyond this season and they look under the hood, what answers do they get about why they struggle, or why they at least struggled through much of this regular season? And this is not the first of the Will Bolt era, as you mentioned a couple of years ago, but yet they were able to turn it on. So, as John asked, did they salvage it? I think we'd all agree, yes. So how do they find a way to be more consistent so they don't have to go into Omaha in future years needing to win out if they're going to make it to the tournament?
Just from the conversations I've had with people that are much closer to the team and are around it more often than I am, it feels like they maybe lack a little bit of sort of what pulled that 2021 group and had them right on the precipice of potentially hosting a regional, which is you've got to have really vocal, fiery leaders, guys that sort of demand the best out of you every day. And it can't just be your head coach, because we know that's what Will Bolt is. And Will Bolt has taken on a ton of extra work this year. I think there's going to be a shift in the program in this offseason. We'll see in what direction that goes. But I think, sometimes you go as your best players go, and when Gabe Swanson is expected to be one of your best players and he's wallowing through another early season slump, it's hard for him to stand up in front and demand the best out of everybody else. Like, I think there was a little bit of a leadership void that maybe they found themselves towards the end of the year. And when Gabe starts to heat up, he can command a little bit more of that, and guys sort of know what they're supposed to do. Maybe they got caught sleepwalking or playing down to some competition, though I don't know if that's necessarily the case. They got waxed by very good UCLA, USC teams that are playing in the playoffs, but they were able to stand up and play really well against, Vanderbilt in a one-off, Oregon State in a 3-game series, and then certainly the teams that they played in the Big Ten tournament. So I think a lot of it is if they can find the right mix of leadership. I think the talent is on this roster. And then the big thing to me, the other really big piece of this, they have to find consistency with pitching. I mean, Rob Childress had to have just been pulling his hair out all season long, because it didn't matter almost whoever you went to as your starter. Whenever you were going to somebody in the bullpen, I mean, their most reliable bullpen arm is Drew Christo, and you got to give him all the credit in the world for filling out as many innings as they needed to. But in college baseball, if your most reliable reliever has a 5 ERA, and across that many innings and that many appearances, they just had to be better in the bullpen. And that was a weakness coming into the year. I felt like that was a weakness coming into the year, or you didn't know what you were going to get out of it. And a lot of it didn't go well for them. So I think if they can find some consistency with their arms, I mean, who knows what the year looks like if you have Mason McConaughey. But I think they are a good enough program to be competing, whether it's the Big Ten regular season title or a conference title in the Big Ten tournament, and playing in regionals 4 out of 5 years. And we'll see if they can get to the point where they're good enough to host a regional. I don't think they've been there as a program. And I don't know that they've been really, truly good enough to win a regional. They've had chances to steal them, but they haven't finished that off.
Yeah.
So if they kind of hit that, I don't want to say ceiling, but is this kind of what we should be expecting in this day and age in terms of, where Nebraska is as a program, where the Big Ten is, especially compared to the rest of the country? Is this kind of where we think they should be?
I think it's perfectly reasonable to expect Nebraska to be a regional team. I don't think it's reasonable to expect Nebraska to be playing in the super regional or hosting regionals all the time. It's difficult being a northern team and having that. I mean, obviously Oregon State is able to do it with regularity, and then you look around and few other teams are able to accomplish that year in and year out. Like it's really hard for Northern Pro. And I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just trying to be realistic. There was an incredible, what would you say, 8-year run, 9-year run for Nebraska baseball that I think has just blown the standard way out of whack. Like I just don't think you're going to get the 2000 to 2005 stretch. You're not going to be able to rely on that. But can they be a team like Michigan that has gotten to the College World Series? I mean, played in a championship game on an odd year, can threaten every year to win the Big Ten, is likely a regional team most years. I think that's what Nebraska baseball can be. I think if there's a ceiling on any of it, I think they're more likely to be a team that hovers around 20th than they are a team that's ever really truly threatening to be a top 10 team for long stretches of time. They might be able to assemble all the talent for 1 year to do that, but I don't think there's enough evidence to support that they can consistently be a top 10 team. And that's fine. I mean, the reality is it's going to take everything to go Nebraska's way to win a regional, to win a super regional, to get back to the CWS. To do it with regularity, I think is unlikely, but can they pull that out every so often? Yeah, I think it's a possibility. The biggest thing, be consistent enough to get there where you don't have to win a sprint of 4 games across the week in order to play, in the playoffs. I mean, if you're consistently putting yourself in, you're going to have a breakthrough moment at some point in time.
I like what you said there, Shafe, about, it's a 9-year period of time, and yet there's like a stranglehold on this place because of it. Meanwhile, you look at other sports, Miami football is the one I always like using. Like, they had that great 20-year stretch. But is that who they are, or was that just an incredible stretch of time that they'll never be able to replicate? I think the very same thing could be said about Husker baseball, though I know that the College World Series being 50 miles away does play a big part in this discussion too.
Yeah, I think the bigger thing is, to me, Nebraska has never hosted a regional since 2007. Like, that is nearly a 20-year stretch we're coming up on. Mm-hmm. At some point, I think you have to acknowledge, like, hey, it's really hard to do that because the best players for baseball are not in your bag. No, I do think the state of Nebraska produces more quality baseball talent than it does for other sports at the college level. And you have access to some really good JUCO talent. But I don't know that Nebraska's NIL is set up that they're going to be able to get top players year in and year out the way that some of these other programs are. I don't know that they have the facilities that are going to entice some of the top guys in the country. I don't know that that's exactly how they want to recruit, or if they're better off finding, the grinders, the guys like Will Bolt that you can sort of blend in with some of your best players and get your best results out of. And I'm not trying to put a ceiling or say that Nebraska can't be better than what they have been. I just think it's unrealistic to look at that magical run, which was my childhood, really.
Yeah, same.
Which, Jesus, what couldn't you say that about for Nebraska men's sports, though?
Yeah, it's true.
I just don't think it's realistic to expect that. But I do think it's fair to wonder if they can't host a regional every 8 to 10 years. I don't know. Like, I can just imagine people aren't going to like these comments, but I just think the proof is so much in the pudding. Like, they haven't hosted anything since 2007. And frankly, they really haven't deserved to, aside with maybe the argument of that 2021 team. I don't think 2019 was good enough to host a regional. I mean, they played in Oklahoma State how many times when they hadn't qualified? But it's just I just think they're a very good college baseball program. They are not a great college baseball program. And I don't think that's a knock to Nebraska at all.
Well, all you have to do is how many times has a Big Ten team, I'm talking a traditional Big Ten team, Oregon does not count, has hosted a regional in the last 20 years.
I mean, it's Indiana.
And I think Illinois did once.
Yeah, did Indiana, Illinois.
I don't think Purdue did. But
I mean, Purdue had a team that hosted.
Maybe they did. But the point is, it happens maybe once every 8 to 10 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty infrequent. It's pretty infrequent.
And with the trend even more so now. I mean, SEC just qualified 13 teams for crying out loud. I mean, it keeps leaning more and more and more to the south versus from the north. So
yeah, it's hard for me to look at college athletics and not wonder if we aren't overinflating the value of conference play when we're putting in 13 teams from the SEC for baseball, when college softball is just made up of all SEC teams in their top. And then you watch those teams get knocked off in regional play and picked apart. Like so I think we've overemphasized conference play a little bit to the point where Arkansas played a strength of schedule of only, and they are 100% a quality team that needs to be hosting a regional, but they don't have to challenge themselves in non-conference. Like, they don't really have, because they're just going to get all of these RPI gimmies in conference play. And so I think it just overinflates the overall value of these teams. Like, Kentucky should not be in this tournament. They didn't earn it.
No.
Meanwhile, UConn goes and plays Miami
and probably because of last year.
Right. I just think UConn has as big of a beef with this as pretty much any baseball team I can think of in the last decade. Like, they absolutely got hosed by not being put in the tournament this year.
Mike Schaefer. So can I ask you what your draft strategy is going to be tonight?
Yeah, I think I need a little clarification. Can I ask about some rules?
Sure.
So, are these regular season games only, or is it the entirety of a season?
Entirety. You have the whole Tom Osborne era. You have the whole Frank Solich era, et cetera, to
good
play
to know.
with. So that's why,
And
like
there's-
Osborne era, it's 1,000,000 games, right? It's almost over 300 games. Scott Frost era, Mike Riley era,
Not many games.
and Matt Rule era is actually the tiniest, and he only has.
Are we doing that too?
Yeah, I figure. Should we get rid of the Matt Rule era and make it a wild card? I included it.
You should have it in there, even though it's only 2 years.
Okay, we should or shouldn't.
I think it should be in there because if
Okay,
somebody wants
all
to
right,
use an early
all right.
draft pick on that,
All right.
they can.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. I mean, the good news is it's all recent, so we can't possibly have forgotten it, can we?
No. And there's not very many good wins to celebrate.
Well,
And then the standard is basically just whatever I want it to be for as to why I'm
Correct.
drafting it.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
then,
And we'll talk it out. We'll have a conversation about the game.
all right.
Yeah.
So that's tonight. That's an I-80 Club exclusive.
Yeah,
correct?
behind the paywall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Is Tibbs involved, or did he just?
it'll erase it from your computer?
No, Stibbs is not involved. I sent the DM to the wrong. Apparently, we have 2 Wang Nachos in our group DMs.
I didn't realize.
I
that.
didn't realize it, and he texted me yesterday. He said, "Was that supposed to get sent to me?" And I said, "No."
I
But I
laughed
didn't
really
see
hard
the
when I
link.
realized what happened on that.
Yeah.
So maybe we should relabel them: Little Wang Nachos and Big Wang Nachos.
Well, I think you renamed one of them, the Stibbs one, Wang Nachos.
Did I?
Yeah,
I don't
John Bishop
remember.
changed the group name to Wang Nachos.
Wow, that's probably the
wild.
most activity that he's probably had in the group chat in there.
Yeah, I don't even remember doing that, but
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
Oopsies, my
It
bad.
was a long time ago.
Sorry, Stibbs. I apologize.
We're sorry.
I have been asking because I mostly fixated on the Bo Pelini era, and then I kind of went through and just like labeled off which was my what game stood out per each year.
Yeah.
And
I have a short list for that era.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some really interesting options for almost obviously all of these. But the more I think about it, the more I just not to give my strategy away, but I don't really see a reason to take a pick out of the Tom Osborne era early in this draft.
Tom Osborne era is the easiest one, right? You could save it until the last round, and you'd have plenty of options. As we talked about, there'll be 4 of us picking. There's a world though where all the national championship games are not chosen if you didn't want to. You don't have to.
You don't have to.
You don't have to.
Well, we'll find out.
Well,
tonight.
there's only 3 available, right?
Yes. But it wouldn't surprise me if 2 were left on the cutting room floor. Though I guess maybe I'm giving away a bit of my strategy with those games.
Yeah, I'm also curious how much you're going to does the game flow matter? Does it just the whatever the exaltation is after Nebraska winning? Does it have to be a win?
Doesn't have to be.
No.
Will someone draft a loss tonight? Is that do you have
Texas
odds on
lost in
this?
2009. People love that game, John. Bo's best win.
Does this mean the Ohio State game from 2018?
Hey, Scott Frost's best win. Oh, yeah.
Means that's on the table, too?
Uh-huh. Everything is. Yeah.
2012 Big Ten championship game?
I don't think that one will be available.
What if you just really like that one block that Kenny Bell threw that got called?
I know Damon Benning does.
But it got a flag.
It did get a flag.
And it was illegal and unnecessary.
Well, and then Taylor had that crazy run.
He did. That was maybe his best run.
Mm-hmm. D'Lo says, how do you win? Or is it just guys picking games?
it's
People will
guys
vote.
picking games.
Afterwards, people can vote on who has the best group of games.
Unless you have OneDrive on your computer, then you're screwed.
Well, I will handle the voting process, John.
Well, you're going to vote for the people.
No, I'll just post a question on Twitter.
John get a loaner computer to be able to participate?
His computer works. He has a camera still. It's available. He just got mad and closed it.
I needed to close it. I needed to cool off.
Yeah, it's not.
Because I am ready to destroy something.
But we have our coworker.
Usually it's the fan of the computer that needs to cool off, but in this case, it is literally John Bishop.
It's literally me.
That's some good self-scouting. That was good self-scouting from John.
I just needed to close the computer and get it away from my
And look,
face.
Shape, I feel like talking to you, John's in a better mood already.
I'm
When we go to the next break, he's going to try to fix it again, and then he'll break it back in.
No, there's no fixing it.
Crouton is going to fix it just fine.
Skynet has destroyed everything.
I'm good at diffusing tension.
Yeah, you are a very good guy.
You're good at it.
You're a good
Send
person.
me over to the Middle East, and they would have been friends a long time ago.
Hey, by the way, Shafe, is this your new laptop? Because the camera on this thing is looking good. You are no longer fuzzy.
Months into this thing, we finally got the dongle, so we're we're in high def
You've
for
got
all of the
dongle.
for all of the world to see.
You
Unfortunately,
look very good.
Very
You look very good.
nice.
Thank you.
Yep.
Very nice. Well,
We
Schaefer,
didn't even get to talk about the college football
I know.
off season.
I sent him a question, John, earlier
Oh,
that
you
was,
did?
do you like following college football at all beyond the fall Saturdays? But you started
Oh.
talking about baseball for some reason, and that's
Well, I thought we would.
talk baseball.
Well,
And now we're gonna have Eric Sorensen on and Ed Servais. This is just a baseball show today, Shafe. I can't even ask football questions anymore.
It's like your dream scenario.
poor football is being abused again.
I know. It definitely
Can't believe
is.
it.
It definitely is.
All right, Schaefer.
Incredible.
See you in a minute.
Football's getting put in the corner. I can't believe it.
Don't put football in the corner.
Yeah.
Bye, Shafe.
Or put
See you guys.
OneDrive on his computer. When we come back, we'll update the stadium poll that we did.
Awesome.
Yeah. And there was some response to your story from yesterday.
There was one question that was asked that I was like, oh, you know what? We never even discussed that on the show. And so that was something I'd like to unpack.
And Ed Servais from the bus.
What? Nice. Get Nick.
1620 The Zone. No, Arnold Schwarzenegger has saved us from Skynet.
Everything's going to be just fine.
It's all good, John. It's all good.
This just was not the right day. The arm was bothering me today. It was
Did
just
your haircut that took too long.
Yeah, when did waiting for haircuts become like going to the doctor's office where it feels like you're there longer than you should be?
Well, did you make an appointment?
Yeah,
Or, okay,
yeah.
interesting.
I did one of them little online check-ins on my phone. And it was for like an hour and a half in advance.
Was it like a local place or one of those hair chains?
It was a chain.
Yeah, I don't go to the chains. I go to one person every month.
Well, I used to go to this other place, but I didn't. They're a little tougher to get into.
Yeah.
And I have never seen so much of my hair like on the little black bib thingy.
Yeah.
Because it had grown out. Because literally when the accident happened, that was around the time I was going to get my hair cut.
Sure.
And then now I've let myself go and the hair was everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to
it's
get
like
it done.
sand. It gets everywhere.
I had to get
Coarse
it done.
and rough, irritating.
But you get in there and it's like, okay, I was supposed to be here. Well, I got there early.
Mm-hmm.
And I ended up going in like 10 minutes late.
And then the computer falls apart.
Yeah.
And then OneDrive.
And you're worried about your draft strategy for tonight. So you got a lot on the brain. I understand. Plus,
I've got the draft strategies down. Okay. I had that mastered last
night.
Okay,
so you're good to go there.
Oh, I'm good to go.
Those hair chain places are annoying. Since I started supporting local, I feel like I get in early sometimes.
I never used to check in.
I haven't been to a chain in 10 years. Yeah. And it has changed my life for the better.
Yeah. I should have just bit the bullet and tried to get into my other place. But I didn't. And that's my fault.
Yeah.
Should we take a quick break, come back? Because Coach Servais is going to join us from the bus.
Mm-hmm.
Next
Let's
on
do it.
1620 The Zone. The NCAA Baseball Regionals begin this weekend. And of course, we are your home for the College World Series. The end of the road is right here. But we have extra postseason action here on the Zone as the Creighton Blue Jays will be down in Arkansas to take on Kansas on Friday. And we will have the coverage right here on 1620 The Zone as we are now joined by an old school baseball coach in his natural habitat. In a bus.
Nice.
Ed Servais joining us from the road. Where are you at right now, Coach?
We're just outside of Kansas City. We're probably about 3 hours away from Fayetteville. So how come you're not on a bus, John? That's the question.
I wish I could be there. I had a doctor's appointment to get this thing checked. I when I found out you were going by bus, I started having flashbacks. I was like,
good old days.
Yes, the good old days. But as we know, Connor did a great job last week. He's going to do an awesome job this week as well.
Mm-hmm.
Coach, after seeing how the bracket shook down on Monday, how relieved were you that you took care of business, knowing what happened to your conference mates, UConn and Xavier?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I'm very disappointed that at least one of those, if not both of them, UConn and Xavier didn't get an opportunity. And I really felt when we played UConn on Saturday, I've even talked to Coach Penders and said, hey, I think we're both in good shape. Not that we weren't going to try to win that game on Saturday, the first game, but I really felt confident that they had done what they needed to do and we had done what we needed to do. And obviously it didn't work out that way. So it appears that we needed to win that game to be in the position we are today. So certainly glad we did.
Coach, like, obviously this is not going to be a problem, I guess, that you'll have to deal with in the future, given that this is your last year. But I wonder, as you think about the sport long term, like, how frustrating is this? And what should the Big East and the schools in there be looking at doing to make sure something like that doesn't happen? Because it was pretty wild.
It's very disappointing, first of all. It's just very disappointing because, UConn played Miami. They played North Carolina. They played Duke. They played Vanderbilt. I don't know who else you can schedule. And then Xavier played Oregon State and several other teams. So, I mean, a lot of times you're locked into, your region too. We're locked into who we can play with midweek games and so on. And I don't believe any of us should get penalized for that. But I don't know if they're going to have to relook at what the rest of the league is doing scheduling wise or not. But this was the year we should have had multi-teams. There's no doubt about it.
Ed Servais joining us on the road down to Fayetteville as the Jays get ready for Kansas. Was the offensive output, especially the last month or so from Connor Capisi, was that something you thought you saw coming?
Not quite at that level. I mean, we knew he had a chance to be a good offensive player, and he had shown spurts of it. But, man, I don't know if we've seen anybody more consistent the last 4 weeks than Connor. I mean, not only is he getting hits, he's getting big hits. He's getting 2-out hits. He's getting RBI hits. He's driving the baseball. And then he's doing a whale of a job behind the plate, too. And a lot of times your catchers, you start to see their offense suffer a little bit when they catch as much as Connor has. But his offense has gotten better. So, I mean, he's at an all-time high with his confidence right now. And we needed it, but I didn't quite see this offense. We knew he was going to be a good offensive player, but not at this level.
Coach, do you feel like your team is playing their best baseball of the season at this moment in time?
I think we can play better, to be honest with you, and that's the encouraging thing. We won against St. John's last Wednesday. We didn't play very well at all. And usually when you don't play well, you don't win. Mm-hmm. So that's a good sign when we can still win and not play well. I think we can improve defensively. We haven't played quite at the level I would like to see us. I'd like our pitching for the most part. I think our offense has been pretty good, except we can do a better job, I think, with runners in scoring position. So I think there's another little jump in there. But we are peaking. We are trending in the right direction, and that's what you want at this time of year.
Coach Ed Servais joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Kind of on that same note, Coach, you had 2 of the games. The St. John's game was one. Even the UConn game that, surprisingly in that ballpark was, for that place, low scoring, still had double-digit free bases. You've been able to overcome some of those because you've always preached, man, we got to keep it to 5 or less, and have a shot to win. And yet this team has figured out a way to win some of those games where it has struggled. What do you attribute that to?
Well, I think, they're a veteran team. And if things go sideways, which they do in baseball, I don't care what kind of team you are. I don't care what level of baseball you're playing. They do go sideways from time to time. This team doesn't really panic. They realize, hey, as long as we have outs left in the game, we have a chance. And they trust each other. So it's been an interesting year because, John, we had 18 free bases against St. John's and we won.
I know.
I don't know if we've ever had a game. We had 13 walks and we won. I don't know if we've ever had a game like that before. So it's been unique that way, but it just tells you about the resilience of these players. And it's nice to have a veteran crew that just plays. They just keep playing.
What do you see with this Kansas team?
A very offensive team. You know, they got a close to 230 extra base hits. They've got 100 home runs. They play for the big inning. They're not going to do a lot of stuff on the base paths. They're not going to steal bases. They're not going to bunt a lot. They're going to play for the big inning. And in that ballpark, that could be a good formula because we're going into another offensive ballpark down at Fayetteville. So, you know, we're going to have to pitch really at a good height. You know, our pitches are going to be at a good height. We can't let these guys elevate the ball a lot. We're going to have to try to get a few strikeouts. We're going to have to find a way to try to minimize their scoring opportunities. But this is a good offensive team, and their head coach, who I know, you know, pretty well, that's what his trademark is: offense.
Speaking of offense, this has been one of your best run-scoring teams. In fact, according to Rob Anderson, it's the second most runs in a season since your 2005 ball club, which was your first regional team back then. And you've done it without having to rely on the long ball, which seems to go counter to what modern baseball has turned into. What do you attribute that to?
Yeah, you know, well, we got a couple guys that are just starting to find themselves too. You know, so that's another encouraging thing. Is I don't even think we peaked as an offense, but I really like what we're doing on the base paths this year. You know, not only stolen bases, you know, we stole quite a few bases, but we're going first to third. We're scoring from first base on extra base hits. We're doing all those things that don't register in a box score, but we've been pretty good on the base paths, and we're fairly athletic, and we're taking advantage of that. So I think that's what's helped us score some runs, even though our power numbers may be down a tad. Our base running has really improved, and that was a point of emphasis in the fall. I felt like we needed to improve in that area and use our athleticism a little bit more, and I think we've done that.
Coach, last time we had you on was a few weeks ago, and it was ahead of, you know, some of the quote-unquote last hurrahs, if you will, right, of playing at home. And I wonder how this last month has been for you, given that there's all these events that are like designed to tug on the heartstrings of everybody involved. And yet you and your team, you have to go out, you have to play these baseball games, you're fighting for your tournament lives, and then you go to the Big East tournament. Like, I have to imagine there's a relief now for you that a lot of the emotional stuff is behind you and you can just focus on the task at hand.
Absolutely. And I've been so impressed with the players. I was so worried about some of these events that were going to be taking place and how that would affect the concentration and the focus of the players. And they've done a marvelous job. I give them a ton of credit to be able to separate it. I have not talked about much of this stuff with the players, but it just kind of pops up. And it's a topic of conversation. It was at the Big East tournament. A lot of conversation about that, and the players were able to separate and play at a high level. It's just nice to be surrounded by a veteran team, a very mature team, a team that's focused. You know, when we won our second game in the Big East, and they were right on to the next game. I mean, they celebrated for about 5 minutes, and they were right on to the next game. I tell you, one of the coolest moments for me this year has been when we clinched the regular season title along with UConn out in Washington against Georgetown. The guys just shook hands, hugged each other, and went into the dugout. There wasn't any dogpiling. There wasn't any over-the-top celebration. And I told them right after that game, to me, that was a tremendous indicator that there was more for this team to do. And they were on a mission to do what they did last week. And their celebration last week when we won the tournament was good, but it wasn't over the top, which again tells me they believe there's more with this season yet. So I'm encouraged by that. There's always little signs like that with teams as to what they're thinking.
Well, then I expect sometime on Sunday down in Fayetteville after the regional is clinched, we'll just have some handshakes and back pats. That's it. That's all we're going to get.
There'll be a little bit more this time, John. There'll be a little bit more this time, I can imagine. We're walking into a really tough situation. And I just hope they enjoy it. They are just great baseball fans down in Arkansas. We've been down there before for a regional. They really know how to do it. I think there'll be a little bit more than, high-fiving patting on the back if we can pull this thing off.
Something tells me, Ed, that the Razorback fans are going to enjoy Garrett Langrell. It's just something about it. I don't know. I just a hunch that I have.
You know what? He'll enjoy them too.
Yes, he will.
He feeds off of that. He doesn't back down.
No.
He's a great guy to have at the back end. And I know he's had a couple outings that haven't been up to his standards. But one thing we know in that dugout, that young man's not backing down. So he's not going to give in. He's not going to beat himself. He's going to force the other team to do it. And that's a nice feeling to have late in the game as a coaching staff, that you have a guy out there that's going to throw it over the plate. He's going to force the other team to beat him.
Ed, it's killing me that I'm not there with you, but I'll be there in spirit. Connor will do a great job as he has throughout the postseason. And I look forward to calling some super regional games. I'm just saying.
Nice. Well, we're just grateful for all the support we've got in Omaha this year. I know the players appreciate it too. I certainly appreciated all the support I got this year. It's been a outstanding group to work with, and we're not done yet. We're going to go into that game on Friday night, and we're going to play our best game on Friday night. I'm convinced of that.
Coach Ed Servais, thanks, and have a safe journey. Enjoy that bus ride.
I will. We got 3 hours to go, John.
Awesome.
About
all right. Take care.
Thanks, Coach.
Connor says bye. Connor says
bye, Happer.
Bye, Happer. Jeez. Ed Servais joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct live from the road.
I love this tweet or comment on YouTube from Stibbs. Is that the intro to the Mission Impossible theme in the background? It did have the.
You know what that is?
It was the bus. Happer told me he thinks it was the bus noise.
Yeah, the bus because they lower it. When it parks and you're letting passengers off, the suspension lowers and it lowers and then you get off.
Because they stopped for this interview as Happer sent us a lovely photo of Coach standing talking to us,
standing in front of some farm implements. I wonder is that the I should have asked. Is it the QT there?
Yeah, where are they? They're out.
What is that? The Prairie City exit?
Are they what? They're probably south of Kansas City right now.
I was guessing north of Kansas City. It could be south.
Yeah.
Been a few years since I've been down that far.
Well, it'll be 3 months, John, from today when we're down there getting ready to watch a football game. 3 months.
It's a long ways
My
away.
Chemical Romance is only 3 months away.
Just think about it. 3 months ago, John, just think about it. 3 months ago, we were doing the who you rooting for, whatever the hell we called our basketball bit. It feels like it was just yesterday that was February 28th. And now it's May 28th. Wow. Incredible. Incredible. Time flies.
Still baseball season.
It is.
For now.
Still baseball season. By the way, speaking of the baseball, we'll have coverage of Creighton 7 o'clock.
Nice.
Friday night, 6:45 pregame.
Awesome.
And we'll be there throughout the run. And of course, College World Series. Right here.
Yeah.
On the Zone.
Speaking of Friday, this week's Zone deal. Cops.
Friday
morning, 9 a.m. 1620thezone.com. Pizza, wings, seafood, pasta, salad, steak.
Sauces, homemade.
God, every time I read this, tasty charred wings, I start craving wings.
Ditto.
$50 in gift vouchers, John, for just $25 on Friday morning.
That's half price.
Half price.
Starting Friday morning at 9. 1620thezone.com. 402-951-1620. Yesterday, that's the God, I almost said it. I'm so used to seeing my little note that was on my desk. It was right. It was a perfect spot. Now
it was the perfect note.
It was the perfect spot. We could probably get one on this monitor right here for you.
On the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
Yeah, we could put it right.
Yeah, we could put the Prairie Flower.
Can we just hang it from the bill of your hat?
That's a great idea. And then you know what, Nick? We can just do this.
Then it gives you shade, because I know wearing glasses, if you get sunlight right in there, it really reflects it hard.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a shield.
So watch this then, Nick. We'll turn you into a Milford man on the grump. So you can have that on your hat, and then we'll watch the screen, Nick, and see what happens to the screen. Boop. And so the show will just be that way now.
Oh.
Because then you wouldn't have this goofy thing on your hat.
Wow, okay.
Just kidding, Nick. We want to see your face.
So
I love your face.
Yesterday, if you missed it, if you did, shame on you.
Shame.
But you can still see it on the Husker Max. Josh's report, sources telling him that
Scribes Peterson.
Every time we talk about this, it sounds like one big joke because I'm Scribes Peterson.
No, it's a legitimate story.
It is a very good story.
And Scribes Peterson is a legitimate name.
Wilkening told me, he said, great reporting. And I was like, my God.
Does Wilkening even...
No, he follows me on Twitter. He read it because he supports
him.
me. Yeah, thank you, Mike. I miss you, Mike. He was a good NFL guest.
He was a good NFL
God,
guest.
I miss Mike talking NFL.
I do, too.
Why are so many people who work in the sports world named Mike?
It's a good name.
Same reason why they all like Bruce Springsteen. You should have heard Josh out in the bullpen today. Just jamming out to some whatever one of Springsteen's songs are.
It's because Bruce Springsteen kicks ass.
Because he works really hard, John. It reminds
that's right.
Reminds us writers of ourselves.
Yeah, I guess so. So Josh's report, sources close to him.
It's so weird to say.
It does, doesn't it?
To the
news.
Yeah.
The cost between $500 million and $1 billion.
Yeah, and we talked to this out a little bit more yesterday, and I fleshed it out a little bit more last night. I would say now that I feel comfortable saying it will be above $700 million. So you could even cut off the first $200 million of that, because I got a little bit of not pushback, but like, oh, nice, $500 million to $1 billion. There's a lot of room in there, and there is, granted. So I followed up. Sure. $700 million is where I would start the expectation for how much I think.
Either way, it's very safe to say that this plan will cost at least $100 million more than the Trev plan.
Yes.
At least.
Yes.
And when some of the numbers got quoted, we had a few people email us or tweet at us, JTech Construction's own Twitter feed, or like this from Money Chris, who believes that money grows on trees, in the Equitable Bank inbox. They're considering a $500 to $700 million renovation, and there will still be bleeping, his words, plank seating. That may be the dumbest thing I've heard in a while. How would that not be 100% individual seats throughout the stadium?
Well, because then that probably would get it close or above $1 billion.
Right.
That's probably why.
Because as you understand it, what the lion's share of the work will be the West Stadium, the levels, Jerry, levels.
Yes,
and something in South Stadium.
Something in South, close to the original Trev plan in some shape or form, somewhat close to that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out, exactly how that looks. Because say this about the Trev Albert South Stadium plan, I think it was going to look gorgeous.
I agree.
So will it look as good, or will it just be more about the bones of the situation, if you will?
I mean,
fixing it, but maybe not with the splash of what it was going to have.
I would say this: if they are still in consternation mode over the wind tunnel, I don't think it's possible to do what Trev was going to do, because it would have to come down.
Yeah.
I don't think you could build what it appeared that Trev was wanting to build and still somehow keep South Stadium up.
Yeah. Someone had a joke yesterday of like, oh, so because I heard my reporting says it's going to start after 2026. Dylan Royal is probably gone. So now the precious wind tunnel.
So poor Dayton now has to deal with the wind tunnel.
TJ Lateef.
Yeah.
One of those players, that Trey Taylor, right?
Yes.
Yeah. They'll have to
from
deal
Illinois.
with it. But yeah, you're right that there will, I mean, you're going to have to do something to it. But again, my reporting also does not, I've not been able to lock in what
exactly.
But I don't think they have locked in the phases of
They.
this and then this and then this.
Sure.
So that is still in the planning
I
stage.
would guess that at this moment, the priority is the West Stadium because that's where the extra money will be made.
Yeah.
And if you missed it yesterday, the idea is that the lower bowl of the original West Stadium, which is right now all the plank seats, would be completely changed, gutted, and replaced with chairbacks, clubs.
Yeah.
Chairbacks,
cushion seats,
yeah,
and then clubs within each of those levels,
right,
if you will. And yeah, so what I was told yesterday, I don't think
that's where the money's going to be made because that way you could charge $2,000-$3,000 a ticket and justify it.
Yeah. And so I don't think I know I didn't write about this, and I don't think you and I talked about it, but one of the things that I was told yesterday was that perhaps the university realized that it would be tough to raise all this money if it was not helping out the big donors, because that's where they are, right? Not every big donor sits in West, but a lot of big donors.
Well,
because those seats are just, most of the time the people have them either have a lot of money because the seat donation for those, if you get them today, is a lot, or they're grandfathered in, and I know that they don't really want to do that anymore. Or they're trying to get past that at some point in time.
I mean, eventually the grandfathering in process is going to end.
Yeah, for sure.
Sooner rather than later. So, it's no different. I mean, when they built the new skyboxes, the original skyboxes, the press box, West Stadium, a lot of that was paid for thanks to the money they raised because people bought those suites. And then when they did the east side, what did they also add? They added the seats, but they also added the suites.
Yeah.
So this was never going to be a project where it was just going to solely focus on, I'll call it for better, for worse, general seating. Because the money is, a lot of the money of the donations is going to come from, hey, we're going to give you these basically sweet experiences in the stadium that's not a suite. That makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. And so I think, I feel comfortable in saying that, right? Like Stephen Godfrey, he always has this phrase that he uses where it's like, I think, I feel, and I know. And so with the I know, you got to be, locks, totally good with it.
Yeah.
But I think that is an emphasis just because of where the money is going to come from and the pushback, John, that was originally there for Trev's plan. Now, I did get a message from someone just now. It says, I disagree that it will cost more than Trev's plan. He woefully underestimated the cost when he put his number out there. To which I would say, yes, this is going to be more publicly than what the Trev plan was going to cost publicly. And he follows up, he put out too low of a number. And that is probably going to be true. And look, in the end, the number that they first put out is probably going to be lower than what it ends up costing. Now, what do you think of this from Hockey Dad?
But real quick, before you get to that.
Yeah.
The minute Trev's plan got put on the shelf, the project was going to cost more.
Correct.
Because anytime you hold something off, just even forget about the tariffs, forget about anything else.
Forget about the project evolving or not evolving.
Exactly.
Hell, John, they could have contracted some of the original ideas, but 2 years later it was going to cost more.
If Josh was planning on building a house last year.
Oh, man, I should have.
And then planned to build the same, and then held it off and said, no, we're going to do the same exact house, but do it this year. It's going to cost more.
More money. Yeah. Sure. Hockey Dad says, and there, I imagine that you have a tweet or two saved that are along these lines. Only in Nebraska could we half-ass a stadium renovation that will cost $750 million plus. Do it right or don't do it at all. And there does seem to be a, there does seem to be a frustration. Did you get any tweets that were like, just pump all this into NIL? Why are you doing this?
Absolutely.
Just pump this into NIL.
But here's what I would say to that. First of all, it's not practical. Because as we know, as we don't know, actually, we don't know what the future of NIL is going to be. Because if the settlement finally gets approved, and we're still waiting, by the way, third-party NIL will be dramatically changed. In theory. I'm not ruling out the possibility that third-party NIL won't still be around, whether legal or illegal, but it'll still be around. But when big money, and it's funny because a lot of us little people who don't have big money like to talk about how big money people should spend their big money.
I love telling them how.
But what my instincts tell me and what I've heard is when you donate to a project, a building project, there's permanency there. Nebraska is still, well, the football team's not using it anymore, but the Cook Pavilion is still a thing.
Yeah, and there's a name. That is a name.
And there's a
that's
name
on. That's
attached
a name
to
that's
it.
on it.
When
the Hawks Championship Center.
You're going to be more likely,
Go
and
Hawks.
this isn't just a Nebraska thing, so don't just say, oh, it's just Nebraska being Nebraska. No, it's the same way at Alabama. It's the same way at USC. It's the same way at Georgetown.
John, go walk around Creighton's campus. Look at the names that are all over all the new buildings.
Precisely. There's a permanency and more of a willingness to people to give big to a big construction project than it is to get people to donate to NIL. And you might say, well, that doesn't make any sense because you don't win championships with stadiums. No, you don't. But if you're a big money booster, you have a big ego. And you would like to know that the money that you gave is going to something that's going to be there for more than 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 seasons. It's going to be there for many seasons.
Yeah.
And that you can, every time you drive up to the stadium, you can look over at that new locker room facility and say, I helped build that.
I did that.
I did that.
Yeah.
It's easier to get people to donate big to big projects like this than it is to get them to donate to NIL. That's just human nature. So
it's like we've talked about before, John. It's like buying a meal versus buying a new TV, right?
Uh-huh.
You know, some people love spending $300 on a dinner. Others say, well, it's going to turn into poop anyway. Why am I going to spend $300 on it?
Correct.
You know, some people like it for the memory. Some people like it for the experience. Other people just say, I just need to eat, but I want my things to be tangible. A building is tangible.
Mm-hmm.
NIL is not. NIL is not tangible. And I mean, a title is you know, the ultimate, of course, but still it is not a tangible thing that you can personally hold on to. Some more comments. John writes, $1 billion to remodel the stadium and not even touch the entire thing. Again, more than $700 million is what I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, they just need to build a new stadium northeast of Cook Court on Innovation Campus. So that, you know, has come up a lot. And I know that that's a part of the poll question that we can, I guess, maybe dovetail into that. But I opened up a story just now from Adam Rittenberg from November of last year. He of ESPN.com. It's about Ryan Field. That's going to open up next year. So they still have one more year of playing by the lake in the tiny stadium, 26.
It's going to be ready next year.
26. That's according to the story from last year.
Interesting.
Now, so let's give a little intel on that. Smallest capacity, 35,000 seats. Price tag of $850 million. $850 million for 35,000 seats.
Mm-hmm.
Nebraska would obviously not have 35,000. Let's just double it if you were going to build a new stadium. Now, I'm not saying that means the cost would have to get doubled because I'm guessing a lot of this cost is in relation to a lot of the suites and all of those types of things. But it certainly would push past $1 billion. And that goes, you know, further next. The next part of the discussion would be, how do people feel about that in just terms of the nostalgia, the romanticism of Memorial Stadium? Yeah. Where the hell would you put it? KD says UNL should just blow the money to hit up the North Bottoms, or buy the North Bottoms, bulldoze it and build a new stadium, then take down the old one and put a new baseball stadium in its place. Build a couple of pedestrian bridges over the tracks.
You're talking about a $4 billion project.
Mm-hmm.
You got to buy all those properties. You got to demolish them, then build a stadium, then build a new baseball stadium.
And then build a new baseball stadium. Now that would suddenly turn into a, $2-3 billion project that you're doing?
I think it's $3 to $4 billion if you're doing something like that. I mean, if you want to do it right. Because that's
I just got a text from somebody. A new stadium would cost $2+ billion, not even an option.
Yeah.
Who's going to pay for that? See, that was the other thing. Who would pay for this? Somebody asked me yesterday, is this going to be paid will this be taxpayer funded? And it will not be. It will not be, right?
There's never been, since the Devaney Center. The Devaney Center was paid for by the cigarette tax. But every other major building project that has been only Nebraska. I'm not counting Haymarket Park. I'm not counting
the
arena because that's a city, private, university thing. So those are different. But the new locker room facility, the previous new locker room facility, the basketball training complex, renovating Devaney so the volleyball could, all of those things, those are things that are paid for by the university. It's donors, it's constructions bonds, and it's based off, future revenues. That's how those things are paid off. The taxpayer does not pay any of it. There's no cost to the taxpayer for what Nebraska's with this project, or if they build a new stadium, unless, they would do something radically different. So no, there's no taxpayer money unless they are completely changing the way they do business.
And that would be
which I don't think they are.
Yeah.
Because they've always prided themselves on, we don't take student fees, we don't take taxpayer money to support the athletic department. Mm-hmm. It's what we make, and it's what we get through donations.
So Matthew then says, so where does the money come from? Loan? There's got to be a few $50 million, $100 million donors, right? Who are these folks? Yeah, so how do they make this happen? Because again, that was a lot of the pushback of the Trev Alberts plan was, who's going to pay for this?
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to pay for this? Now, I guess part of the answer would, of course, be the donors, the West Stadium type people, some of them. But look, the problem of Husker football still exists, and that is they are not a winner right now. And so the climate is still, I think, a lot tougher than the Bill Byrne plan. Hell, even the Tom Osborne plan, or not the Tom Osborne plan, the Steve Peterson plan.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Tom Osborne plan. The Bill Byrne plan was the only one that came in the midst of true national championships.
Mm-hmm.
And that opened in 1999, their last conference championship season. The next one, the North Stadium, that opened in 2006. So they were 7 years removed, but they were still winning divisions. After that, 2013-ish, 2012, 2013, somewhere in there, is when the next one happened. And so then you're really in the dying days of that, and now we're, it's been 12 years since.
Well,
then.
I don't believe. First of all, you'd have to do it in another location.
The stadium?
If you were going to do a brand new stadium, you couldn't build it over the old one.
No.
Because the footprint's not big enough, and the logistics of trying to tear down Memorial Stadium and rebuild it while the football program is still practicing and lockering in the brand new facility that they just finished.
Yeah.
The cost and the logistics of that would be insane.
You'd have to and you can't have a football stadium or a football team not playing in Lincoln. Like, there's not a spot that they could play. And so then
they're not going to go to Kansas City for
so what are they doing?
seasons.
Going to Carney? You can't do that type of stuff.
And
so,
so,
they'd have to stay in the stadium while the new one is being built.
Right. And outside of Innovation Campus, the old State Fairgrounds, and I don't think there's enough room there for a new stadium. If you've noticed one thing about new stadiums, they take up a much bigger footprint than original stadiums. Compare, heck, you might even be able to compare, I don't know if this is exactly right, but compare the footprint of Wrigley Field to the footprint of the White Sox ballpark. The White Sox ballpark is not much bigger in terms of capacity than Wrigley Field. In fact, they may be almost identical, but the footprint is much larger. And that stadium, by the way, is 25 years old.
Yeah.
So, you look at, Jerry World, big footprint, much bigger footprint.
SoFi is hilariously huge.
SoFi is enormous.
Well, I remember
it takes up more room because the stadiums are built out to accommodate
for all
of the, fancy, rich people things.
Correct. Yeah, I remember.
And the big locker rooms. And then, and by the way, you build a new stadium and you do it somewhere else, then now you're going to have your football team, their beautiful new locker room facility will be connected to nothing.
Correct. Yeah. So that's why ultimately they're not going to do it. And so
they're going to renovate the old girl and try to make it work.
Yeah. What's the plan with this? You do this and you hope that it lasts another 50 years.
Honestly, if they wanted to do a new stadium, it should have all been done before they built the new
Go Big project.
The Go Big project.
Correct. But they did. And so you can't build a new one now.
No.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, so we asked the question.
Yeah.
We asked the question. Some of you might as well think we build a new stadium. And I put in the poll question, which would likely be $1.5 billion at the low end. I mean, that's the really low end. 40% say just build a new stadium. 35% say the plan, as you reported yesterday, with the cost is good. 15% say they should do smaller renovations, and 10% say stadium's fine.
Man, I'm always surprised by that reaction, but I do think most of those voters either don't sit in South Stadium or maybe just don't go to games anymore. I cannot imagine having a season ticket to South Stadium and being okay with that situation.
I can. I mean, God bless you. It's your money. You want to spend it. That's
sure.
Great,
yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
That is, I would put, especially for those of you who sit way up at the top.
Oh my gosh.
If you're closer to the bottom, to the the tunnels and stuff where you can actually get down to ground level and get to the bathrooms and the concessions, it may not be as bad. But if you're sitting like above row 50 or 60 in South Stadium, I would say your experience, forget about the game, forget about, how much you love the team, but just the fan experience has to be among the worst in all of major sports.
Yeah. I don't know how you do it.
Uncomfortable seats, cramped, no concessions, no bathrooms.
Tony says it's not ADA compliant. Yeah, it's dangerous to some degree. And so then going back to the second to last option, which was
do it smaller.
See, and the issue with that goes back to
what would you do?
Yeah, so that would probably mean West stuff and not South stuff, which then you're in a way defeating the purpose of this entire situation. But if the purpose is revenue, then you're not defeating the purpose. But I just I look at what happens with professional sports and professional arenas and stadiums, and they want you to stay there. They want a stadium to be an amusement park where you are there, and like Troy Dannon last night, he spoke about no more will you be able to leave and come back in, and that's because they have booze now. But that's what they want. They want you. I don't want to use the word trapped because there's a negative connotation. They want you trapped though. They want you to be in there and you have your money and you spend it only inside of there. Why would we want you to go out to the parking lot at halftime and drink your own beer when we have beer inside that we're going to charge you $15 for?
Right.
And so that's why I'm always surprised that, at least around here, there's this kind of pushback to, look, beers are going to be expensive, but you're going to be more comfortable. I went to Fenway and it is a pain in the ass. It's not like a comfortable thing. It's cool. It's a great place. It's cool. But it's also, half the size of Memorial Stadium in terms of attendance. It's in the 30,000s. So I'm always surprised that people are like, yeah, I'll be fine being uncomfortable.
I would guess most of those folks are ones that don't go to games anymore.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
Adam says, I disagree on South Stadium being the worst in college sports. There are plenty of bleep holes in the Big Ten. Big House is a dump. The Coliseum is a dump. I went to the Big House. I did not think that it was a dump. I think you're far away at times, but you also, when you walk in, you're at row 70.
Right.
You're already there. Now, if you're sitting at the front, you got a long way to go.
Right, but I'm talking about the whole experience.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard the stories of people who sit in the 80, 90 row areas who it's literally, if they want to leave their seat, go down, go to the restroom, get a soda, come back up, it takes a quarter. You miss a quarter of the game doing that because it's not pedestrian friendly. There's just not access. So yeah, it's terrible.
And by the way, there's some smart responses. Husker country pro teams get to typically use tax dollars, and that's true. I can't argue with that their stadiums are built in such a way that it keeps you there. But yeah, they also get the tax revenue, or they get the tax dollars still spent.
Well, you know why that is? It's because pro teams can hold cities hostage.
Yeah, university can't hold them hostage.
Yeah, I mean this
I guess not yet, at least.
Unless
probably at some point.
The untethering. Now that's one of the after effects of the untethering that I've always talked about. That's when you could start to see franchise movement in college sports. Michigan's like, you know what? Ann Arbor is not good enough for us. I think we're going to go to...
God, that'd be amazing.
Michigan, go to Detroit.
Nebraska, we're just going to go to Omaha.
That would be amazing.
Yeah. No, I mean, as long as these programs are tethered to the university that they represent, they're going to stay. They're not going to leave.
Our friend Gary Java just emailed the new Bills Stadium, 60,000 seats, $2.2 billion.
And that's
60,000.
And that's
a cold weather thing. So you kind of almost have to think about it.
Yeah, it's not a dome. It's not a dome.
Correct. So it's a little comparable
to
what it would have to be here.
It's very comparable.
And would Nebraska fans be okay with a 60,000 seat stadium? I know that this is going to decrease capacity, and people are going to lose their minds about that.
Which again is a silly.
Get
thing
out
to
the
lose your
ruler,
mind
John.
for.
Get out the ruler.
The silly thing.
Katie,
to lose
new
your
stadium in Gretna. Yeah, where they were going to put the hockey team. Remember the testicles, Nick?
Yeah, I remember the testicles.
Yeah, they were going to be Omaha's hockey team.
Can you imagine that if they moved to
testicles.
Gretna? Do you know how? Oh my gosh. They're going to have to.
I hate driving through Gretna right now.
They're going to have to loop Sirius for like 50 minutes.
To make sure everybody's in their seats?
Well, yeah, because when the team leaves its locker room in the new facility, jumps on the bus, drives to Gretna, and then enters the field.
You know how ABC, when Clemson has a big game, it's like, let's ride on the bus with Clemson. And it's like 2 minutes. It's like, all right, let's ride on the bus with Nebraska. And they're like driving, but they're running into all the lights in Gretna. Like, damn it. Oh, they're finally off at Nebraska Crossing. 426.
Meanwhile, the visiting team, who always stays in Omaha because it's easier to get in out of Epley, is like, man, we've been waiting for you for all this time. We thought you guys were the home team.
Nebraska has tired legs because they have to sit on those stupid buses for 45 minutes every single week. By the way, there's multiple people saying the Big House, bad experience. I had a great time there. In terms of getting in and out, I thought it was easy peasy.
I've never been there, so I can't speak to it.
Yeah.
But let's not compare. I mean,
compare it to another billion-year-old stadium.
Fine. If you want to compare it to that, that's great if it's a bad experience. My point is this.
It's a bad experience.
As fans, you should insist on better.
Well,
you should get better.
I keep thinking about what Jed says, every time we have this discussion, and that is, which of the Blue Bloods is going to be the first? Which of the Blue Bloods is going to be the first to say, we're moving on? Because a lot of these stadiums, like Ryan Field was old, but Northwestern's not a Blue Blood. Like, they don't have any good memories there, but Nebraska does. And Oklahoma does. And Michigan does. And Ohio State does. All these types of programs with 100-year-old stadiums now have great memories attached to them. One of them is going to be the first. Either that or football is just going to cease to exist, I guess. But these stadiums aren't going to last for 200 years. I don't think they're going to last for 150 years.
Well, as we know, college football may not last for another 200 days.
Exactly. Well, okay,
by the way,
don't say that.
Speaking of that.
Of college football?
Trying to last another 200 days. Mr. Martyr Baton has...
I've seen some of these new quotes that are coming out.
There's new quotes.
Yeah.
Well, we'll find out more. Greg Sankey, Mr. Martyr Baton.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if he still thinks everyone is mad at him because he's the bad guy.
Plus some sourcing on the Big Ten in relationship to some of the discussions of the last 48
The best
hours.
conference?
The one that wins natties, Nick. The SEC can only imagine, John, what it's like to win a national title in 23 or 24.
By the way, do you know which conference has more national championships since 1969?
Nice.
The Big Ten versus the Big Eight.
I was going to say it's probably the Big Eight.
The Big Eight has 8.
Yeah, because Nebraska.
The Big Ten
and
has 5. And by the way, I'm counting Michigan's as a full one.
Wow, that's nice of you.
Yeah, the one that they shared. With
I started
Nebraska.
reading a college football book the other day about split national championships over the years. Oh, it's so fun. Fascinating. I got it sent to me by the publisher.
This nonsense that everyone's talking about almost makes me wish for those days.
Oh God, I'm reading this book like, dude, you get back into the 60s when it's like Big Ten teams can go to the same bowl game 2 years in a row, and so undefeated teams just didn't get to play in bowl games because somebody else had to go to the Rose Bowl this year. I don't miss that crap. Well, I wasn't alive for it, but
it's a bowl game. What does it matter?
That's true.
Because they were national championships in the 60s, Nick. They didn't have a college football playoff yet.
Seems dumb.
Yeah, great point, Nick. See?
It is weird that
but then now we turned the playoff into something dumb.
Nick, it is dumb that it's crazy that college football finally got a playoff in 2014.
And then immediately turned it dumb.
Yeah, it took 145 years. Yeah.
Blame it on Rutgers. They played the first game.
16-20
the zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here for whatmakesus.com, brought to you by the Wellbeing Partners. Just a few days left in May, but I hope that the words of this month are ones that stick with you moving into June, July, and beyond. It is continually Mental Health Awareness Month. And right now you can go to 1620thezone.com and you can submit a photo on how you focus on your well-being or how you practice self-care, and you can tell a story. So many different ways for us to manage and treat our mental health conditions. I know next week I'll be going to my therapist because I do that once a month. Sometimes I'm getting caught up on huge, big life events. Other times just kind of talking through some of the minutia, maybe getting some advice. Maybe it's something like that for you. Maybe it's something else, exercise, yoga, medication, whatever it is important to do so in your life. And when you have somebody in your life who might be going through something, being an ally can be as simple as just listening, being there, maybe just sitting in silence, holding a hand, and doing it all without judgment. Again, go to 1620thezone.com today to tell your story. It is whatmakesus.com, brought to you by the Wellbeing Partners.
So yesterday on the Grum, we told you that Greg Sankey, the SEC commissioner, in fact, he told you because we had the audio, about how he was tired of being the bad guy. He's tired of being the one to take all the hits. That, hey, you know, someone needs to, instead of using your press releases to talk about good of the game, why don't you shoot me some ideas? To which I would say, hey, why don't you just keep the idea you have right now? 12 teams seated in order now. Let it go for a few years. See how you like it. Try it out.
I think
Stretch
I'd like
your legs. But obviously that ship has sailed. Now everyone seems to be set on the fact that it's going to be a 16-team playoff. And of course, we've gone many times over about the plan from Manfred's boy, the 4-4-2-2-1-1-1-1-1, which the SEC has not objected to.
No, but they have a better idea.
They do?
Well, there's an idea that the other conferences like that they are also cautiously subscribing to.
Cautiously subscribing.
Somewhat cautiously subscribing to. So, and I'll read you this tweet from Ross Dellinger because it goes right into the discussion. Yeah. During a call earlier today, Big Ten athletic directors discussed the 5AQ plus 11 at large CFP model under consideration in the SEC. Mm-hmm. Sources told Yahoo Sports. Many ADs say they would not approach such a model if the SEC remains at 8 conference games. The Big Ten plays 9 conference games. I'll say this. Shout out to the Big Ten, rather, for I think that's a fine ask to say we want them to move to 9, whereas the SEC is saying, no, we'll only move to 9 if we get the quotas, if we'll get the 4 auto berths. So now we're just fighting over all sorts of stuff. We're fighting over everything.
Remember, it was Petiti who proposed this. And now
Well, no, he didn't propose this one.
No, but he proposed the quotas.
Oh, yes. And now the SEC is going to use
that. And now the SEC is like, no, but we need the quotas so that we can play in the 9 conference games when that was never connected before.
No, they're making it connected now.
It was always the reason why the SEC didn't want to do it was because, hey, we ain't getting paid for this.
Correct. And they wouldn't. The playoff expanding to 16, there is not more money in that from ESPN.
Well,
where there is more money, though, is in the conference championship weekend football extravaganza. That is where the money would come from because you are creating inventory.
Yeah.
And thus television properties would be able to bid on it. But now this is the fight. You're right. The Big Ten introduced the plan now that the SEC is actually going to try to use against them. Like, but no, we want this.
Right.
We want this plan to be the one. More from Dellinger. SEC coaches and athletic directors saw data of 3 formats this week.
Yeah.
The 5+11, the 4-4-2-2-1-3, which is the 16-team playoff, and then the 4-4-3-3-1-1. The first two are under most consideration. Pushback from SEC coaches has sparked some discussion from many SEC ADs who favored the 4-4-2-2-1-1 plus.
I mean, from a superficial purpose, just the fact that we have to call it the 4-4-2, that by itself tells you how stupid this is.
Yes.
There's no sense to this whatsoever. And don't talk to me about, it'll give us better matchups. There is no playoff that's going to give you better matchups, except if you maybe went back to, I don't know, 4 teams.
No, don't say that, John.
At this point?
No, I don't want that.
At this point?
No, I don't want that.
If you had to give me an option, a 4-4-2-2-1-1-1-1 Manfred's boys plan or a 4-team playoff, I'm fine with 4.
Sad. Alex Lincoln says
because there's no quotas. Quotas are not a playoff. Quotas are not a playoff. We don't do it in any other sport in America, not even the NCAA tournament. I mean, imagine the uproar. Imagine the uproar if the NCAA tournament all of a sudden said, the Big Ten's going to get 6 teams in every year, and the SEC is going to get 6 teams every year, and the Big East is going to get 3 teams. No one would agree to that. Mm-hmm. But yet they're doing that with this.
Let me find.
No one would agree.
So I read a story. There's this former sports writer for Grantland and other places named Michael Weinreb, and he has a newsletter that goes out.
Another Michael.
It goes out a few times a week. And he had a great one this morning as he wrote about this. He says, in what other sport has a playoff system ever been weighted by sheer clout score? From 1985 to 1997, the NFC won 13 straight Super Bowls over the AFC. What if the NFC had declared that it should have 2 more playoff teams in the AFC? What if they decided that an AFC team should have to defeat an NFC team twice merely to make the Super Bowl? Or what if the New York Yankees or Los Angeles Lakers decreed that they should make the playoffs every year, regardless of record, simply because they make more money and drive more television viewership than other teams? I'll give it a retweet right now if anybody wants to read it. I do recommend it. And that's what's going on right now. Is they're, using their clout for the sake of their clout.
And that's why I pointed out the historical stat. The Big 8 in the last 56 years has more national championships than the Big 10. You can't just say, they've been good the last 2 years. You got to look at it over time because as we've seen, these things are cyclical. And listen, If we went to a situation where there were 11 at-larges, guess who's going to get most of the bids anyway? The Big Ten and the SEC.
Yeah. So
why do we need to put it in the rules? Why do we need to codify it? Also, we can create these quota bowls. And remember, who would have been in the quota bowls last year in the Big Ten? Illinois and Iowa. Did you look at those two teams last year and say, damn, those teams deserve a shot at the playoffs?
I did when I watched Iowa get taken to the brink by an average Nebraska team. Alex and Lincoln says, John hates football. Who cares if he thinks it's a bad experience? LOL.
See, that's the misnomer, is you think I hate football. No, I just hate the people that are running it right now because they're running it into the ground. The sport is great.
You do like football.
The sport is wonderful. I enjoy the sport. I don't enjoy the people running it. I also enjoy college baseball.
Baseball.
And we haven't talked to our old buddy Stitchhead.
Oh, it's time.
He is the one friend of the program who is always there with us for One Beer Friday.
Yes, he is.
And he's always taking pictures of his bare feet next to a beach somewhere.
Congrats
with a
to
beer
the
next
feet
to him.
people out there in the audience.
We're going to talk to Stitchhead of D1 Baseball, Eric Sorensen, next on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back to the Grum. Let's join a good friend of the program, a man about the world, travels spans the globe to bring us the best in college baseball, along with all of his friends at D1 Baseball. It's Stitchhead himself, Eric Sorensen. Eric, good to catch up with you, my man.
Yeah, back with you boys. Makes it feel like I'm back with my dysfunctional family at Thanksgiving, man. This is great.
Where are you headed this week?
Luckily, I get to be in my own bed for at least one weekend this month because UCLA is hosting a regional. So I'm going to be local here UCLA's got a couple of it's an all West Coast regional here, but I fear I'll probably have to travel somewhere next weekend. So I'm glad to be home this weekend at least.
Eric, before we get into this weekend and beyond, I'm curious, your contacts out there on the West Coast, especially those at the 4 schools that are now in the Big Ten, what's the overall mood and vibe about year one and what it means for the future for those groups?
Yeah, I don't know what it means for the future. God, I wish it meant that football would break off and just do their crazy alignments, and we'd all go back to the regular thing, where we'd have like the Southwest Conference. Even I'd love to go back to those days, but showing my age a little bit. No, it's just kind of been a weird year. You know, I kind of joke about going to the USC UCLA game and saying I'm reporting from the heart of Big Ten country. You know. And it's just weird. But I think for the teams that you're asking about out west, it certainly worked out well for them in the sense that they were 4 of the top 5 in the Big Ten. They finished 4 of the top 5 finishes in the Big Ten, so they had good years. And I don't know if I'd say dominated, but they definitely got the better hand of it. And I kind of expected that, although I still think Big Ten is always one of those conferences I've always considered to be a little underrated. And I think they had a couple of things to be proud of. But, yeah, the boys out west did do a really good job playing, unlike the 2 that went to the ACC, I guess, Stanford and Cal. But, man, it's been a good year for them. I think it was just – I don't think the travel was much of an issue. I think the thing that was weird is that all of the 4 schools, obviously, they all played each other out here. But, like, then you had Iowa, who only played 2 of the teams of the 4 that came into the conference. So they kind of got a little bit of an easier schedule, and I think that's kind of what we're seeing in a lot of these conferences, like with Georgia Tech winning the ACC. They did not play the best of the ACC, and they won the regular season title, but still didn't get a number 1 seed. So kind of tells you something there.
Eric Sorensen, D1Baseball.com. While we're on the West Coast, did West Coast baseball make a little bit of a comeback, or is that still to be determined based on what happens over the next 2 weeks?
Yeah, maybe it still needs to be determined, but I will say this, though, you guys. Like, I got asked what the Pac-12 would have looked like this year, and it would have looked really good because USC, the biggest thing is that USC and Arizona State both made the postseason. They're kind of back. I mean, they're not dominant like in their old days, but they at least made the postseason and made it. I think there's 11 teams from the West Coast out here playing that'll be playing the NCAA tournament. So I think it would have been a good Pac-12 season, even with Stanford and Cal kind of crapping out, but. You know, it would have been a good year out here, and you know, sad to say, obviously, because now we're not going to know that because the Pac-12 is no longer. But yeah, I think they still got a little bit to prove, though. I'd like to see, in the sense that I would just like to see 1 or 2 of them make it to Omaha, because you can say you got good baseball out here as much as you want, but you got to start showing it as far as in the biggest stage. You got to have, you know, if you're going to prove it, you got to be able to get there with all those teams from the ACC and SEC. You know.
Eric, there's been so much talk around here, of course, about the committee, Big East, UConn, using that as the entry point into the broader bracket. What did you think of how they did overall in 2025?
I wasn't totally. Usually, I'm really kind of pissed about their picks, and I always think I can do better because I have that kind of ego. But I think, to be honest, guys, most of it was pretty good. I really hated to see them leave UConn out, talking about Big East baseball. Because I saw UConn, I might be a little biased. I saw UConn earlier this year. They beat Vanderbilt when I saw them play out here in Los Angeles, and they had an RPI of 41. I don't know if you guys remember, but last year Northeastern, the Huskies, they had an RPI of 35 and didn't get to the NCAA tournament. And I always just think, these teams playing in the Northeast, especially, they got a lot of crappy programs around them that they have to play in the midweek, and there's only so much they can do to get an RPI in the 40 range or even better like last. That's really hard to do in the Northeast, and I think they should have rewarded in this sense the UConn Huskies and last year the Northeastern Huskies. I thought they both should have been rewarded because that's just tough to do in college baseball the way it's laid out now. So that was probably one of the bigger things that I was a little bit bummed out to see.
Eric Sorensen, D1 Baseball. You were at the Big 12 tournament this past weekend. How did Big 12 baseball feel without Texas and Oklahoma?
Yeah, it felt like it was missing a limb or something. It just felt like it was just kind of missing missing the one girl at the pageant that was going to wear the crown a little bit. And I'm not going to harsh it too much because I really I really think, Kansas and West Virginia, TCU, that was another one that could have been a number one seed. And then, of course, the Arizona schools, Kansas State, they were all really good teams this year. It just kind of felt weird not having Texas and Oklahoma there as kind of the ones with the target on the back, the marquee ones, the ones that you wanted to beat if you're one of these other teams. But I thought the Big 12 still had a really good year. I know their RPI their conference RPI was 4th, and they represented themselves really well because they got 8 teams in. I didn't quite think they'd get that many. So it's a little bit of good and a little bit of bad. Long term, of course, it's bad that you're not having Texas playing against, the TCUs or the Baylors or those kind of traditional games. And Oklahoma against Oklahoma State isn't happening anymore. That's just weird. So, yeah, in the long term, it's bad. But short term, I thought the Big 12 actually represented themselves pretty good because they got the most teams in that they ever have, and that was without Texas and OU.
And famously, as you said, didn't get a number one seed, didn't get to host any of the regionals.
Yeah.
First time that has ever happened in the current modern era. We'll call it the modern era since 1999. I'm curious, Eric, what you think, because last year we had the ACC, SEC Invitational. Big 12 got shut out of Omaha. Given the fact that Texas and Oklahoma are gone, given the fact they didn't get a number one seed, does this kind of feel like a pivotal postseason for the Big 12 in terms of maintaining their status as one of those big leagues?
Yeah, kind of. I don't like to put too fine a point on things like that normally, but it kind of does. It kind of feels like they need to have somebody break through, and not necessarily Arizona or Arizona State. Arizona, I think, having the better chance of doing that. But yeah, I think some of the traditional Big 12 teams really does have a little bit to prove here. Again, I wasn't completely crazy about TCU not getting a home regional. I thought they could have used it. They earned it a little bit, but that's kind of splitting hairs. And now they're going to have to go on the road up at a very tough place at Oregon State to try to prove themselves. I thought they got a pretty tough draw as far as the NCAA tournament goes. But yeah, it just kind of seems like you'd like to see a couple like West Virginia last year advance to the Super Regionals. You'd like to see one or two of these teams advance, not just to Supers, but make it to Omaha to kind of prove a point. And just because of the fact that, we kind of want to break up the ACC, SEC stranglehold anyway. So one of these teams in the Big 12 would be great to see. And I'd love to see like an Oregon or Oregon State, which I think are both very capable. I'd love to see one of those teams make it there too.
Eric, I wanted to ask you about that because last year, 4 SEC, 4 ACC, and just given the state of college sports, it felt like a moment, right? And I know a lot of people are like, oh man, is this what it's going to be? I wonder when you look at, of course, the national seeds and then just how this year played out, like, are we looking at, again, something similar to that, over the course of the next 2 weekends?
Yeah, sadly, yes. I know Kyle Peterson went on the show yesterday, the selection show, or on Monday rather, saying that he feels like it's going to be something different this year. I don't get that feeling. I hope it is, because as a kid, growing up in Omaha, literally I would see teams from Maine to Hawaii play in the College World Series every year, and that was cool to me. I like that. I don't like it just all being, one big, or well, I guess 2 big monster conferences. It's just kind of boring to me. It's not exciting to me, but that's me personally. I mean, if you're standing there in the SEC right now, you're just like, hell yeah, this is great. We love this. So I don't know. To me, I hope Kyle Peterson is right that we get a couple of teams, maybe even a Coastal Carolina who was like number 8 in the RPI. I would love to see them make a return, or UCLA out here, or like I mentioned, the Oregon schools. Just seems like it doesn't need it, but to me, it gives a little bit more intrigue when you got this a mostly diverse field like that.
Might not need it, but it sure would be nice.
Yeah.
That's kind of the way I look at it.
Eric Swartz in D1 baseball. So, what does Creighton most have to fear against Kansas?
Well, retribution for rushing the court when they beat them in basketball. How's that? No, look. KU's good. They're really, and I love what Dan Fitzgerald has done there this year. Just to get them back to the NCAA tournament for the first time. I think it's been since 2014, maybe. So over 10 years. Great to see, and of course, with Coach Servais making his last go round, I would love to see them pull an upset, pull a win to pull the regional win at Arkansas. But, Kansas is a little bit fallible. I saw them in the Big 12. They didn't light it up for that week, but they've been a good team all year. You don't win 43 games by a fluke. So I think the one thing about KU is the batting order is great. They got a lot of punch to it. The pitching is really good. It's not great. I think that CU can put some runs on the board against them, hopefully. And like I said, Arkansas has had a recent past of not winning their regionals.
Right.
They're not winning their super regionals. Remember 2021, Nebraska almost beat them in the regional round, and then NC State did beat them in the super regionals. So they've got a history of coming up short, even with their great history of with Dave Van Horn there and what he's done there. But I didn't totally hate Creighton's draw this week. I'm not saying they're going to pull the upset and get out of there with 3 wins and win it all, but I do like their puncher's chance against both Kansas and against Arkansas. Who knows?
Eric, what did you think of Nebraska's draw and I guess their season as a whole, given how inconsistent they were? They came on strong at the end, starting to win a lot of Big Ten series in the last month or so of the regular season, and then, of course, going on the 4-0 run in Omaha last weekend.
Yeah, it was good to see. Yeah, they had a really tough time early on.
Yeah.
Although they beat Vanderbilt early this season, and I saw them beat the stew out of San Diego State when I went to Arizona for the opening weekend. I really thought they were on their way this year, and God, it just didn't. It just took a hard left turn from there, and they didn't quite work out. But it was good to see. They've been, I think it's 17-6 since tax day, and of course that 4-game run in the Big Ten tournament was great. So I like that. I got to tell you guys though, I really thought that I really disliked their draw in the NCAA tournament. I thought they got a really bad draw going against them. I mean, they're going to have to go against Oklahoma. Kyson Witherspoon, who could be the first pitcher taken in this summer's draft, they're going to have to go against him in game 1. And North Carolina, they're the one team that's in the top 6 of the RPI that's not an SEC team, and I think they've got a chance to go to play the second weekend in Omaha. So I didn't dig Coach Bolton's draw for the NCAA tournament. I think it's as tough as it gets. But you have to remember, guys, the Big Red went against Joseph Zwierda of Michigan State. He's going to be a top 15 draft pick. And they also went against Grayson Grinzel of Oregon this past week and beat both of them. I mean, they didn't bludgeon them to death. They didn't score 20 runs, but they did beat them. So they've had a recent history of going against really top quality pitchers and doing well. So let's see what they do against Witherspoon in Oklahoma.
Well, Eric, I can break a little news for you because when the game notes came out today, at least according to Nebraska, they're not going with Kyson. They're going to pitch Malachi Witherspoon against Nebraska, assuming that I guess they're saving Kyson for what they would hope to be a game against North Carolina. At least that's according to the game notes that we got here a few hours ago.
That's always a risky thing for coaches.
Yes.
Of course, if you got twin brothers, you figure one of them should do fine. Yeah, you've got one or both should do fine. But yeah, that's interesting. That's good breaking news. Still not impossible to do. But yeah, that's still not going to be easy, but it's still not impossible for them. I still like the way that they've handled the really good pitchers they faced lately.
Eric Sorensen, D1 Baseball. I'm glad you're going to get a chance to at least sleep in your own bed for a little bit. I'm sure they'll put you on the road next week, and we'll look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks here in God's country.
That's right. And I won't be sending you a One Beer Friday because UCLA does not have beer at their games. For shame. Maybe I'll sneak one in and not tell anybody. But otherwise, yeah, I'll have to come next week or when I get to Omaha. But
all
good
right.
talking with you guys.
Thanks, Eric. Good to see you, man. Or talk to you, man.
Yep, you got it.
All right. Eric Sorensen, D1 Baseball, joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. Don't forget, you can register for those $100 gift cards giving out every week by Prairie Flower.
Awesome. You disappeared again. What happened? Is everything okay?
Did it happen again?
It happened again. Our IT man is in the building.
Yeah, it kicked the private
Wi-Fi.
kicked me off.
Yeah.
It gone. She gone.
I'm not standing over there.
He'll be back in 5 seconds.
All right, dumb debates and dumb computers next on 1620 The Zone.
Throw. 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 Throw from your mom.
Listen or some not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo and base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
How you doing?
Something tells me he probably deleted a couple of things that I actually use.
Well, he asked you, do you use Xbox?
No, I
Why
don't
is
use
it the
Xbox.
Xbox on your computer?
I don't know.
It's
a Microsoft product, so it's automatically
Yeah, it's an
installed on
Xbox app, and then
Yeah.
you can click onto it. You can see
Are
all
you
your
getting
friends.
defensive about the Xbox
I'm not getting
app?
defensive. I'm explaining it to you because you're old as hell. You don't get it.
I was just asking a fun question that I figured the audience would engage with. I wasn't being serious. Obviously, Xbox is on a
Either way,
Microsoft computer.
we're murdering as much OneDrive as we possibly can.
I still don't understand this OneDrive situation. Why you've been saving stuff to it if you hate it so much?
It automatically does it.
It
It
did it.
automatically backs up.
It started doing it automatically.
Yeah, but why didn't you just do it to the place you normally save it to? So where do you usually save it
Well,
to?
see, but that was the problem was once the OneDrive took over, once Skynet took over, it changed all the destinations and I couldn't find my stuff.
Yeah, that's the really annoying thing about OneDrive. It backs everything up on your computer to the OneDrive, and then it just changes the pathing
Yeah.
of things. It, for some reason, thinks that you want all of your information on the cloud.
Yeah, and I don't.
Yeah, that's why I just save my stuff to folders on my desktop.
No,
Well, that's
even
what
if
I
you-
did too.
Even if you save it to a folder on your desktop, it just does it automatically.
Yeah.
It just does.
That's why Skynet's taking over. You got to get rid of the Skynet.
Mm.
Get rid of the Skynet. OneDrive, bad, 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 bad. But dumb debates, good, 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 good. And this is your
Good, good,
chance
good.
to
Good.
engage with the Grum, and you can send us your dumb debates. Use the hashtag dumb debates. We're getting a little thin here, people. We need more dumb
John,
debates.
I'm worried that Dumb Debates is going the way
of the draft.
I don't think people
Of the
care
Oklahoma
anymore.
drill.
Oh, I love dumb debates. It's
People
my
don't. We used to
favorite
get Dumb
thing.
Debates all the time. We don't get them very often anymore.
So now do we have to come up with a new gimmick
I know.
to
See,
fill this spot?
the Happer Show figured it out. I have an opinion. It's a great new way to do things. But we can't take their bit. That's their bit.
We have I don't care. We could just make I don't care.
I don't see, but I don't always have things I don't care about.
Well, yeah, and that's not meant to fill the slot
Yeah,
like
I
dumb
know.
debates did.
Dumb Debates is it's like this thing. It's a tent pole that
Yeah.
owns our Wednesdays.
Yeah.
All right, here we go from Timmy.
Timmy!
My boy Will says that water has no taste. I say it does.
Hmm.
Does water have taste?
Water, the water that sucks does have taste because it's got stuff in it.
Also, yeah, water in different cities definitely tastes different.
Oh, yeah.
from-
I don't want my water
It
to have a
used to.
taste.
Now, I don't think it's not this way in Omaha anymore, but I remember growing up as a kid because we had great water in Fremont. And
tastes like water.
And we would come like to my aunt and uncle's house here in Omaha.
Okay.
And the water would taste weird.
Really?
Now, it's not that way anymore.
Because Omaha used to have hard water. Michael Severe talked about it all the time.
Well, everyone has hard water.
Everyone has hard water.
The
unless you have
first-
soft water because you get Colgate or whatever his thing was.
It's
Know
not
that endorsement?
Culligan.
Colligan.
Not
Hey,
Colgate.
Colligan.
Yeah, but-
Nick, search Colligan. Culligan.
We have Culligan.
Hey, Colligan man.
We have Culligan.
Hmm.
And they just brought us a bunch of salt. Put it in the thing because it's the salt. They put the salt in the
Got
little thing in
nailed.
there.
The first time I had purified water, I threw up.
What?
Yeah, like
what?
Hold on. Let me cook. In second grade,
Please do.
I went to go visit my cousin's grandparents.
Okay.
In their house in Muscatine.
Wait, isn't your cousin's grandparents?
No, it's
your
on her
grand-
mom's side. We share grandparents on our dad's side. We went to Muscatine, right?
Muscatine, Iowa.
Yes.
Yes.
And they lived in the middle of nowhere. I don't know where they sourced their water
I thought
from.
they were living in Muscatine.
Hey, Culligan man.
Muscatine area.
Okay.
But they had like one of the filtration systems on their tap water, like at the kitchen sink. So I got some and then I tasted it. And I'm like that little girl from The Sixth Sense. This water tastes funny. And I must have worked myself into a shoot because it just tasted weird. And I threw up. And I said,
I don't think I've ever heard anyone throw up because of water before,
water.
unless they were like drowning.
Waterboarded,
like,
You're
I'm
waterboarded.
definitely, I'm used to it now. I like purified, I prefer purified water. But at the time, I just had never tasted
Nick, purified water.
I just never tasted anything like that before. And it was just, it caught me off guard. And then I'm like, this
Man.
water tastes different. And they're like, no, it doesn't. You're crazy. Tried to gaslight an 8-year-old. Can you believe
Now,
that?
of course,
I can. Everyone gaslights 8-year-olds.
As I drink from this bottled water that we got from, Good and Gather's. That's Target brand, right? I think it's Target. Anyway,
Yes.
the concept 30 years ago or 25 years ago of bottled water, it drove me insane. It's like, why are people paying for this? It's in your pipes. You just turn on the faucet.
You pay for
such a John Bishop
You
complaint.
pay for that water anyway.
That's what I'm saying. So exactly, you're already paying for that water. So just drink the water that's in your house. Why do you need the bottled water?
And now
of course,
you're a bottled water boy.
It drives me. It's still kind of.
We don't buy bottled water.
It still kind of bugs me.
We have a filter, so our water is good.
Don't throw up.
We have the
I don't. I love it.
Culligan.
Hey,
man.
Culligan man.
Our water tastes good. The water out of our fridge.
Yeah,
it's wonderful.
Fridge water's pretty good. Ooh, water tier list. We have a Brita water pitcher, so we fill it up in the sink and then I love that.
Yeah, it's good.
Brita water is good.
Yeah.
But yes, water can have taste. It's usually the bad water.
I don't want that kind of water.
The people that insist that I can tell the difference between Dasani and Aquafina.
I do feel like Dasani has a flavor.
Yeah, no, you know what Dasani is because it tastes bad.
Yeah, I don't like Dasani, but I think it has a flavor.
And
like some waters, like
all water to me.
Core water, some of them have like weird pH things going on where there's like a slight. You can taste a slight thing there. Even the water now out of our water cooler, there's a little thing there.
You think so? I don't think so.
I believe our water cooler is a Culligan.
Hey, Culligan man.
I believe it is.
Aaron writes, is college baseball the best way to crown a champion in college sport? Well, he wrote in the college sports.
In the college sports.
And his argument is, with the
format.
With the format, because you get to lose and then try to win your way back through.
I think the college baseball format, the playoff format, is one of the best in all of sports.
Absolutely. Who doesn't love a tournament?
Well, I mean, that's not the question. It's the format of the tournament.
The format of the tournament is, I think it's great.
Would you do the change that some people have proposed of 32 own little regionals?
No.
You don't like that? Where it's a best of 3 and then a best of 3 and then the College World Series?
Because the idea of you're going and it's 3 other teams and you're playing in this regional and you get to play each other. There's strategy involved, like with what Oklahoma's doing. They're pitching the lesser of the 2 Twins against Nebraska because they're holding back their better pitcher for what they presume to be North Carolina. We all saw how well that worked for Texas A&M a couple weeks ago
Ass
in
and
softball.
more ass.
In softball, that backfired on them spectacularly. No, I like that format.
And
because it's very baseball. You have a chance to see 2 different other teams. There's double elimination, and then you go to the super regionals where it is 1 team versus 1 team, but it's a best of 3.
And because
just
of
like
that,
you play it in the weekend, and then you get to the College World Series, and it's basically 2 regionals opposite each other, followed by a super regional to crown the national champion. I think it is a perfect format for this sport. I wouldn't say this wouldn't be a good format for basketball.
Or it wouldn't even work in like football.
Of course not.
No.
You're not doing double elimination there. But for a sport like baseball where you play,
multiple
3
games.
or 4 games a weekend against the same team, I think this is the perfect format.
Plus, it has a combination of what you want in a tournament, and that is surprises, while also usually rewarding the best teams. The cream usually is going to rise to the crop because you get a loss baked in. Every team that plays gets at least one mulligan.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
And
mulligan man,
and that's the sport of baseball.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't do a major league style playoff because there's too many teams. But for college baseball, you still get the advantage of having a loss to play with, and you're working through it through a 3 or 4 day weekend. Usually, it's a 3-day weekend, and I think it's perfect. I love the format.
Plus, the teams that do rise to the top are legitimately at the top. Just when everything shakes out,
and that's the thing. Yes, we get a lot of the great teams win, but we get some other teams. Ole Miss was literally the last team in the field a few years ago, made the run, got there.
Mm-hmm.
We saw the Stony Brooks. We saw the Kent States, when Creighton made it way back in the day. There's still that ability for the underdog, but also the chalk can prevail. I think it is a perfect postseason college baseball tournament.
Dave Fight on Blue Sky, John.
Oh, Blue Sky.
Directs us, #dumb debates on Blue Sky. Directs us towards this one where there are 16 restaurant or food-related characters. Says pick 4 to protect.
Like Ronald McDonald?
Yes, and we can go over these. You can help me out with some of these. But it says pick 4 to protect you. The rest will try to kill you.
Okay.
So we're choosing, these are 16 of them. So we have the Kool-Aid Man. We have Ronald McDonald. Who's this guy?
Chef Boyardee.
Chef Boyardee. We have the Tootsie Pop, right? That's the Tootsie Pop Owl. We have the, what is that, Jack in the Box?
Oh, Chester Cheetah.
Chester Cheetah? I thought that was Jack in the Box.
The one right below the owl?
No. Sorry, I was back over to the left.
Jack in the Box. The Jack in the Box.
Wendy, Burger King. Yeah, that's Chester.
Cheetah.
KFC, Colonel Sanders. What's this?
Jolly Green Giant.
The Pizza.
Little Caesar.
What is this one again? I can't remember. That's like from the 80s. It's like one eye. Are those pancakes behind this little character?
Oh, is that the Noid?
The Noid, yes. Good call.
The Noid!
Those ugly-ass uniforms.
The guy that Michael Severe compared Chance to one time, who holds the food. He called Chance
Big Boy.
He called him that during a College World Series show. Yeah. Mr. Peanut, Chuck E. Cheese, or the Pillsbury Doughboy. So here's my initial thought is I want the Doughboy. I want a Peanut. I want to fight those people. Like, you don't want the Jolly Green Giant seems like a nice, fair start, right?
Yeah.
He's green and he's a giant. I don't know what his color has to do with anything.
So what yeah.
4 got to protect you, and then the other 12 are going to try to kill you.
I've got my picks.
Okay, who are your 4?
Jolly Green Giant.
Yep.
Little Caesars. He's got a spear.
He does have a spear. He has a weapon.
He has a weapon.
Yeah, but he's got the pizzas on the end of it, and that might affect the ability for him to fight with it.
I mean, if you stab somebody with a knife through a pizza, they're still going to get into the person.
But what if he ends up throwing it at somebody, like Brick Tamlin through the trident, and then the pizza catches the air and it sends it off in the other direction?
I just reposted it, by the way, on Blue Sky if anybody wants to go see it.
I have no idea.
I want the Noid because the Noid is effing crazy, and I want him on my side.
Really?
No, I want to murder the Noid because those uniforms are ugly.
And finally, I want the Burger King because he's freaking creepy.
Yeah,
and I don't trust
photo
him.
that they have, it looks like he's drooling out of his mouth.
Yeah, Burger King I want him on my side because I don't trust him not to be.
I like the Burger King picnic. I'll go with the Green Giant. I'm going to go with Ronald McDonald because clowns are freaks. And I don't know, man. There's something about Colonel Sanders that just seems racist enough that, I feel like he'd be a good fighter.
Well,
you want the guy who'll use slurs?
I mean, maybe to scare some people away.
Colonel Sanders famously...
What slurs would he say to the Doughboy?
I don't want to know, Nick.
I need to look up this story because...
Oh, I thought you were talking about needing to look up slurs.
I'm not running in the Boston Marathon.
Neither am I anymore. It's already been over a month, John.
I'm looking up this story because... Okay, here it is. The time Colonel Sanders shot another person.
Wait, what?
Yes. I've got to, let's see. So there was apparently a feud. This is back before he really this is before KFC started, but this is when he was kind of starting his chicken business. And let's see. I'm trying to skim this real quick, but basically there was a rival. And his chicken, the way he was cooking his chicken at this gas station was directing traffic because people were hearing about this chicken and how great it was. And so this rival was not happy about a sign that Colonel Sanders had painted, basically directing them to his chicken gas station. And I'm going to read from the story. This guy was named Matt Stewart. He struck back by painting over Colonel Sanders' sign, a move that Sanders quickly countered by repainting the sign. Sanders then visited Mr. Stewart to talk things out. Accounts of the conversation differ, but it ended with one or both of the men making violent threats. The bad blood boiled over on May 7th, 1931, when a local boy ran by the Shell station and told Sanders that Matt Stewart was painting over his sign again. Upon hearing the news, Colonel Sanders and his two buddies, who he was talking with at the time, piled into a car, drove down to confront their rival. They caught Stewart in the act of painting over the colonel's sign. Then Sanders shouted, "Well, you yellow dog, I see you done it again." Nobody can agree on who pulled their gun first, but Gibson was killed after being shot multiple times.
So usually when somebody says nobody can agree who drew their gun first, it's probably the most famous person that drew their gun first.
So my point is this. I would definitely have Colonel Sanders on my team because he has a gun and he knows how to use it.
He's not a real colonel, though.
I don't care.
It's stolen valor.
He can still use a gun.
Yeah, so you don't want to mess with the guy with stolen valor, though, man. They're
I would
killers.
also pick the Kool-Aid man because he's big.
He could waterboard you.
And he could waterboard you.
Until he runs out of Kool-Aid.
It'd be delicious.
You can't just produce that,
I mean,
right?
it'd be delicious waterboarding.
That's not just like...
Nick, if you bled right now, you'd produce more blood.
Yeah, but that's Kool-Aid, not blood. Where
And-
he doesn't have any organs that produce Kool-Aid.
I'm going to pick an offbeat candidate. I'm going to pick the Pillsbury Doughboy because, as you know, anytime you poke him in the belly, he laughs, but you've never seen anyone pierce the Pillsbury Doughboy.
That's a
because
good
he's
point.
made of dough.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
So that's who I'm picking. And the rest, take them all out.
Good luck fighting me. Peter writes, if you could put any restaurant in a Memorial Stadium to sell food, what would you had them add in the renovation?
So a whole restaurant?
I don't know. I'm taking this. You can do whatever you want. You could do like a full sit down, but I'm not going to get a chance to do that. But, because it's a sit down, that's probably for the rich folks. So I'm thinking of food that is, that you can order and walk back to your seat.
I mean, there's a lot of stadiums now where they have
actual.
Yeah, like, at Reds games, you can get Skyline chili.
Sure.
At Falcons games, you can get Chick-fil-A, except when they play on Sunday, which is pretty much every
all
night.
the time.
Coors Field has Smash Burger and literal bars.
I had
within.
Smash Burger when I went there a few years ago. I love Smash
You know what
Burger.
I would do? And this is more of a competitive advantage. I would have Long John Silver's in Memorial Stadium because the other team would get nauseous by the smell.
Especially when they're standing on the black turf.
When they're standing on the black turf, they're going to get nauseous by the smell. Because Nebraska will get used to it. It might take a little time, but they'll get used to it, having the aura of Long John Silver's in their stadium. But the other team who only comes in once a year, they're going to get sickened by it. Nebraska wins the game.
The fish effect.
Trying to think of what.
And the chicken planks were good until they made me sick that one time.
I'm replacing Val's with Lighthouse Pizza.
Oh, Nick, that's a good idea.
Thank you.
Trying to think of places that I really like. I think the thing that I keep coming back to is your favorite burger joint in all of the land.
Honest
I'm
Abe's?
not talking. No, I'm not talking about In-N-Out, John.
Oh, you mean, Shake Shack actually would be the perfect burger to sell in a stadium because it's too small a food, overpriced.
Wrong. I love Shake Shack. I love their fried chicken sandwiches, and I love their burgers, and I love their fries.
They do taste good,
and they have shakes.
But they might as well call them sliders.
Oh, what if they did put an In-N-Out or Whataburger in Memorial Stadium, but it's because it's the only one around, so if you want In-N-Out or
That'd be pretty funny.
Whataburger, you have to go there.
It was like at the Union how they had Steak and Shake, and you love Steak and Shake, and you never went there.
Never been there.
Jordan says, illness doesn't cause teams to lose to Nebraska. See Minnesota 2020. People forget they had half their roster, Nick, and they beat Nebraska's ass that day.
That's a tough look for Nebraska.
Yes, it was a tough look.
It was a very tough look for Nebraska.
The Big Red Overreaction
It's a
still
great
exists
point.
on the internet somewhere. Katie says, my fantasy football league had a weekly punishment for the lowest scoring team. I had to eat Long John Silver's 2 years ago, and it was the smelliest, greasiest nonsense I've ever had.
The good news is Long John Silver at least has chicken, so you don't have to get fish.
Yeah, but they fry the same stuff.
But I got sick there, and I've not eaten there since.
You know, Nick owes us food. He's lost to us in some football comments. What if we just said, Nick, you have to go buy your own food, but it's Long John Silver's, and do a vlog about it, and then we're even Steven. That could be a good bit.
You might be able to offset it with the purified water that made you puke.
Of Lake Minnetonka.
I have to go back to Muscatine.
Trying to think what would be. See, not that I have anything against the fancy stadium food. I mean, it's cool that there's more things than just hot dogs and popcorn and candy. But sometimes it gets a little too impractical.
Okay.
Because you're eating these like these Mongo nachos or things that take utensils or things that you really need a table, a knife, and a fork to devour.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
I think you need food that that's the reason why hot dogs are such a popular food at ballparks, is because it's something you can just eat with your hands.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need utensils.
We need hand foods.
Like put a good sandwich shop in there. A little Jimmy John.
John just texted in, what about Jersey Mike's? He says
Mike's.
Josh would want Jersey Mike's in the new stadium.
Yeah, good point.
I would
Jersey
love,
Mike's is good.
I love a good sandwich.
Yeah, me too.
I'm a sandwich fiend.
I don't know if I'd want a sub, though, at a football game.
Why not?
I don't know. It just
What's
doesn't.
wrong with a sub?
Just doesn't feel like football food to me.
What feels like football food?
Dogs, burgers, chicken sandwiches, French fries. But
Chicken sandwiches doesn't sound like football.
To me, it does, John.
Mike in the chat says Waffle House would hit.
Yeah, okay. How is that working?
What do you mean?
That would be awesome.
I would love.
How does that work?
Everyone's sitting on them wood ass plank seats in South Stadium trying to hold their waffle in their lap while they're cutting.
He says
Pouring the
Albalados or
syrup on.
De Leon's. What about that? One of those Lincoln or Nebraska burritos that everyone loves getting at 2 a.m.
Those are good.
They're really good.
They're very tasty.
I like the Iowa
That's
burrito.
actually a good idea.
It's a very good idea.
I like that idea.
Except those burritos are very good, but they suffer from the problem that most burritos do, where when you get to the end, it starts to come apart in your hand. Because that's just how burritos are structured.
If you know how to eat them right, though, you can successfully navigate the burrito without it all spilling out. Did I ever tell you a story? Speaking of, we had Ed Servais on earlier on the bus trip. On one of our Creighton baseball bus trips many years ago, the SID for the team, the pre-Glenn.
Rob Sims?
No, it wasn't Rob Sims. We stopped at either Qdoba or Chipotle. It was one of those two. We got burritos.
Okay.
I'm sitting and I'm looking across the aisle. Poor kid. He's got the rice and the meat and the beans. It's just spilling out all of this. And I'm like, what are you having problems over there? And then I realized what he was doing. He was eating the burrito from the side. Basically like a corn cob.
How does that guy function? How did he do regular, normal activities?
You don't realize the reason why the stuff is all falling out is because you're eating the burrito from the side.
Unreal.
If you do it the right way, there's an opportunity to make like a burrito bowl and use the shell or the tortilla as the bowl itself.
Well, that's why when I order from one of those types of places, I do a burrito bowl with the tortilla on the side.
You get more anyway.
Exactly. It feels like 2 meals.
I'll never forget that.
Wow. That's wild.
That's insane.
Dave says typical Creighton behavior. Wow, Whopper writes.
Okay.
It's 2025. We are past due for stadium pasta.
Oh.
Can I get some spaghetti and meatballs, please?
I'd like some mac and cheese.
See, I mean, I was trying to eat, that's a bad food to eat at a football game. It'd be impossible. But I was thinking of like wings. Like I love wings and I love wings with football, but God, that'd just be such a mess. Trying to do that with my ranch. What how am I holding all these? I'm looking like a monster over there.
Yeah.
If you do it right, you can one-hand a wing.
Yeah, but you can't. What about the other? I mean, I guess you're holding the other wings in there and then your ranch cups in there. It's just
it's very messy.
Wings in your lap, ranch cup in one hand.
What if
wing
you're
in the other.
What if you're standing though?
Don't stand while you're eating wings.
You're at the football game,
but then
Nick.
you'll get shamed by other people saying, "Hey, no one ever stands at these games."
The song says "stand up and shout, Dana, Dana.
Yeah, but then
Dana,
you never looked at the lyrics. Written out, there's a little asterisk that said, unless you're eating wings with ranch.
I guess I did forget about that. Jordan says spaghetti and meatballs in a Val's pizza cone. There used to be this place down by the Creighton campus. Gosh, what was it called? But they did a bit called the pizza cone. It was awesome. And then they moved locations and they got rid of it. The session room. And now I don't think they're even around anymore.
Why do you need pizza in a cone?
It was just Nick. It was the bread and they just twisted it into a cone.
I understand that.
Because it was fun.
But it doesn't make it more portable.
It made it delicious.
Like all the grease kind of pools at the bottom.
Your obsession with grease.
It was just a gimmick.
I don't like grease.
Your obsession with there was no grease. No grease, Nick.
Not a good pizza then.
It was great. And then they got rid of it.
That's true. I mean, you do have to have an element of grease if the pizza's going to be good.
Yeah.
True.
This is how pizza exists.
Not too much grease, but you got to have some.
Just a teensy weensy bit of grease, Nick.
It's almost impossible to make pizza without grease.
Yeah. That's what they say.
Unless you're one of those monsters who puts just veggies on their pizza or just doesn't put anything on their pizza. Then,
hey, Connor Happer, he just posted, speaking of people who don't put anything on their pizza. And then he also added, the session room is sadly dead. God, seriously, that pizza cone.
I got to push back on John quick, talking about no meat on pizza or like just vegetables on pizza.
That's monster behavior.
We went to this.
We call it a breadstick.
My fiance and I met with my cousin and her boyfriend at this.
So with the other grandparents?
No, different cousin. When we were in Denver, and they took us to this place called The Hangar, and we got a margarita pizza. That was one of the best pizzas I've ever had.
No.
I hope you enjoyed your breadstick.
Handshake meme with John here on this one.
It's really good. It's some of the best crust I've had.
Imagine how much better it would have been if you put a little sausage on it.
Way better, Nick.
It didn't need it.
Or pepperoni or bacon.
It didn't need it. It was good. It was very
Hell, I'd even take ground beef or ham.
Happer would rather have a buffalo chicken pizza than that monstrosity.
Oh, Woody Happer, would you?
Mm-hmm.
There's dumb debates. Let's see.
We got a little pushback, John, if we want to go back to the discussion of the stadium for just a moment.
We can, because that can also branch into, speaking of food at the stadium, Mr. Yogurt had some things to say about that. And there's going to be a rule change this year.
Matt Rule?
Not that kind of a rule change, but there's going to be a policy change at the stadium that I wonder how people are going to react to this.
Okay, let's do it.
On 1620 The Zone. Still to come, we have some content, including pictures of the final look. If I'm allowed to even mention the new turf at Memorial Stadium without somebody in the studio getting mad at me.
You and your ilk, you kind of come across like a big baby.
What?
Yeah, you kind of come across like a little baby.
Was it a big
Talking
baby or a
about the
little baby?
turf?
Yeah.
What about the out of bounds? What if a touchdown isn't caught because they're out of bounds?
Is it like that? Is that what you're talking about?
What? I think it's a very valid concern.
Even though it's only happened like once in the history of
I don't
mankind?
care how many times it's happened. It's just the contrast.
Now, did you see that?
I mean, think about it. You two who love your Canva.
Yeah.
Canva's great.
Yeah, John.
I made that fun graphic
especially you who like the outlines.
I don't use them that much anymore.
The outline is always what? One color.
Now
you don't change out the colors. It looks goofy when you do.
I mean, you can. It's a stylistic choice.
You can. It's stylistic choice, just like, bell bottoms is a stylistic choice.
A bad one.
A very bad choice.
Now, I will say this, John, and now we're actually doing a serious discussion of this. So I'm going to show you the photo. So you're looking at the end zone.
The photo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I want you to notice something with the end zone. You notice how it's just red, right? So you have the end zone is red, then a white line, then more red, right? Okay, so we agree on that. Now, did you notice that Jack Mitchell did a little recon on Purdue? They have an extra white line.
Yeah.
It does make it look like the end zone extends.
Sure it does.
But Nebraska doesn't have that extra white line, so everything's going to be fine.
I disagree. Well, again, I'm not saying it's going to cause a problem. I just think I am surprised that any league, in fact, I bet the NFL probably has a policy that it must contrast. I bet it does.
Probably, yeah. It wouldn't surprise me.
Because, and I'm just thinking about it from a logistical standpoint, that's all. And it looks better to have a contrasting outline. But
Happer writes, Canva rules, John, get with the time.
Happer, I didn't know you were one of us.
Of course.
And I guarantee you, if you
Canva
started
head.
doing outlines in different colors, Canva would say, no, you shouldn't do this, and it wouldn't let you do it. But speaking of the stadium, good news. You're going to keep your vowels. You're going to keep your runzas, and you're going to keep your Fairbury brand red dyes. They're all back, even though they've signed a new contract with a new concession provider.
Horrible.
Those concession fare will still be available in the old gray lady. And then, of course, it'll be the first year of alcohol sales. The blessed day where Nebraska fans can finally drink at games.
Mm.
Dan said on the radio show last night, there will be 59 points of sale throughout the stadium. I'll be very curious. And of course, for those of you in South Stadium, you ain't getting nothing.
Yeah, and two of them will be there in the first
you
5
get
rows.
Nothing.
Mm.
But I'll be curious to see how that works. But here is the big change that I do wonder how fans will react. Now, I will admit, I was a little surprised last year when they went cashless that it didn't cause more issues, at least at the start. It sounded like it went pretty smooth.
Yeah, didn't seem like any issues, honestly.
Very surprised.
At the Rockies game, I watched a guy pay for a beer from the concession guy using his watch. And this guy was older than you, John. It blew my mind. I've never seen a guy in his 60s use his watch to pay for something before. But he did it.
Older people use the technology. They do use the
Stibbs
technology.
say today's not the day to get John into any new computer programs. Yeah, maybe don't go to Canva just yet, John. Let's give that a little bit of.
First of all, I'm never going to waste my time with that. Okay. Secondly, we can use I use the technology. It's right here. I'd be wearing my watch right now if it weren't for this damn boat anchor on my left arm. But here's the change that I think is going to be very interesting to see how people react.
What's that?
It has been commonplace that you can leave the stadium, like at halftime.
Sure.
Go out to your tailgate spot if it's close by. For some people, they go across to the Champions Club.
Chug a couple brewskis.
For some people, they walk all the way back over to Barry's or one of the downtown establishments, drink a little bit, and then maybe come back to the game. You will no longer be allowed to do that. Once you are in the stadium, you're in the stadium until you leave, and once you leave, you are gone.
It's like the Hotel California.
There will be no re-entry.
Yeah, and Jake hits on it, and Dan had said this last night. Can't have it both ways. If a venue sells alcohol, they need to monitor all patrons for over-serving and other alcohol laws. Liability mitigation.
Yeah, I don't disagree with this, by the way.
Makes all sense.
I don't disagree at all.
Chief says, now how can I smoke a blunt at halftime? The same way you always have, in the bathroom, hiding, I would assume. I've never smoked a blunt at a football game before. I'm there to watch ball.
Or if you're sitting in South Stadium, you're piled on top of the other bodies that happen to be laying.
Exactly, yes.
Left over from last year.
Stibbs says, better have a smoking section. Or, Stibbs, you could quit healthier. I've heard.
Yeah.
So doctors have been saying for like 60 years.
There will be.
Smoking bad.
There won't be a smoking section, I can tell you that much.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. There's going to be some frustration with it, but, got to do what you got to do.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
never been a walk out, walk in kind of guy. I always I'm watching ball, baby. I'm there. I'm watching the band and their horrible lines.
So you don't think they'll even have a smoking section? Because most of the time that includes people who use like vapes and stuff.
Yeah, they never have.
No,
they never have, and they won't.
Well,
here.
I mean,
and
never
because
needed it.
And
I would argue that they would need it now.
But there's no smoking sections in restaurants anymore.
Right, but at stadiums there are. Coors Field has a smoking section. I keep saying that because I was just there, but they have one.
You went to Coors Field?
Yeah.
Were you with your fiance?
Yeah, I have a fiance. Did you know that?
Yeah, I've heard.
I'm engaged.
Here's the problem, and it kind of circles back to Memorial Stadium. Where in the world are you going to put it? Because there's not really a great place to put it.
Put it in South Stadium. They don't care about those people.
Obviously, they don't.
Yeah, I don't know where you'd put it either, John.
So, I do wonder how many folks will maybe find out accidentally. They'll just do their thing going, hey, man, let's go back to our tailgate. We'll come back for the second half of this exciting Houston Christian game. And then they'll be drinking and doing their thing and smoking, maybe.
Nice.
And then they'll try to come back. Hey,
doobies.
Hey, let's see if Dylan's still in the game. And then they come back to the stadium and they say, nope, you can't re-enter.
Crecky says, puff, puff, pass, and punt. I like that. That's a weed reference, John. I
thought that was a punt, pass, and kick reference.
Nice. Andrew says, need dart ripping section before a big fourth quarter down by a score. Dart ripping, John, is what they call SIGs.
I know what dart ripping is.
What if you need a rally Siggy?
What? Well, sorry, you can't do it. Stib says,
what if they remember way back when? Well, you might not remember this, but one of the plans for the new ballpark when Mayor Fahey was still in office was they can bring in temporary grandstands and they could fly in grandstands.
I remember that.
What if they flew in
a smoking section?
A smoking section, but in order to keep the polluters away from the rest of
Giant
the plebes,
fans,
they just flew in these bleachers. And then they lowered them, and the smoking people got on the bleachers, and then the helicopter flew up. And they were just kind of dangling there in the suspended bleachers, smoking away.
That would be leaving the stadium, and then they wouldn't be allowed back.
Well, they could stay in the airspace above the stadium. Now, there'd be an issue with maybe a drunk or two falling, several hundred feet to their death, and maybe landing on that black turf where they would burn to death.
Like a Pirates guy. Let's see. Stib says every other venue has some cattle fences up somewhere to let people go smoke. I'd be surprised if they didn't do that outside of one of the entrances.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They've never had it because they've never necessarily needed it, but now people are going to want it.
I'm not saying they won't do it, but I would be surprised if they did. I would be surprised if they did.
Yeah.
I guess, for maybe 3.5, 4 hours, they have to not smoke.
What you got to do, Nick? You're not allowed to smoke during our show.
That's true.
Well, I don't smoke anymore.
But Stibbs wasn't allowed to smoke during the Grum.
That's true. And the Grum lasted longer than a typical college football game.
That's true. That's a good point.
So it can be done, kids. It can be done. All right, when we come back, it's time for some dumb debates.
Excellent.
Terry Bradshaw throwing the smack against Aaron Rodgers.
Nice.
And we haven't talked yet about the Edmonton Oilers. The greatest hockey
Miami
team.
Dolphins #1.
And how close they are to getting back to the Stanley Cup final. 16-20 the zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Nick, what do we have in content?
Well, we were just talking about the old gray lady.
Yeah.
Here she is in all her mistaken red border glory. The old gray lady at 10th and Vine with her new hairdo. What do you think?
It doesn't look too bad. Again, I would have gone with the contrasting border, but I'm not obsessing about it.
You're clutching your pearls.
Yeah. But there was one thing that I had forgotten was part of the design, and it is a bit curious to me. So the team area, the bench area, is black turf.
It's going to be hot, John.
It's going to be very hot. For the benefit of those not watching it on the stream, I posted a picture. So Rusty Dawkins, who's a meteorologist in Lincoln, works for Channel 8. He kind of helps with the game day stuff, and he typically will go down on the field before the game and take temperatures of the field. This was a shot from last year. The field temperature during one game last September was 101 degrees.
I believe that was the Friday night game. That was the game we were at. The Illinois
I believe
game.
so.
It was a hot day.
Yeah, it was toasty.
The black turf is going to attract more because that's what it is. Solid colors, especially black, attract more heat.
Yeah.
That's going to be a very warm spot on the field. I have visions now of Dylan Raiola going to the sideline and all of a sudden turning into Anakin Skywalker at the end of that fight.
Now, why wouldn't they
just combusting?
Why wouldn't they make the visiting team's turf black and the Nebraska's white?
So here, I will not defend this move, but here's what my guess is. It's going to be covered because the sideline turf is usually covered by all sorts of stuff. Like they usually put down like this, like a vinyl type thing.
That's true.
Over this. So I wonder if in a way this is almost this is where your stuff is going to go, and so they kind of map it out in a very specific way.
Well, and they do that anyway because there's always been markings where the bench area is.
Yeah.
It's always been the color of the turf.
Yeah.
Usually they don't color in, for lack of a better term, that area. But even for games that are played in the early evening, the heat of the day is just going to warm that sucker up. I thought that was very curious.
Yeah, I think the end zone looks great. I was honestly a white end zone with red letters is where I had been, kind of like the Orange Bowl in the old days.
And you would have liked a white border around that too, I assume.
Nice. I do think it looks good. I have seen one of the critiques of the letters and how some of them connect without any space in between them, which is what the basketball court does.
They should have used kerning and worked on
But that's the logo. That's how the logo is.
But it hasn't always been that way. If you look at the stadium a few years ago, or like last year.
No, I know. But this particular
font.
This font.
Yeah, it connects them.
That's how it was.
I would say this, and I know you're going to agree with me here. Why doesn't it say Cornhuskers? Nobody calls them the Nebraska Huskers. They say Nebraska Cornhuskers, or they just refer to them as Huskers. And my guess is because the font would have to be really tiny if you did that. That said, I'm at a solid B+ on this. I think it looks awesome. I think the end zone looks so good.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Yeah. They used Canva, I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, good job,
Nebraska. That would explain why the outlines are all screwed up.
Knicks Pacers head back to New York City tomorrow night. Will the series see Indianapolis once again?
No. I think they're going to get it done.
Think they're going to end them?
They have totally outplayed them.
In front of all those hoity-toity celebrity types?
Yeah, I know. They outplayed them basically the entire series, except for the first 3 quarters of game 1 and the 4th quarter of game 3.
True.
Otherwise, the Pacers, sometimes they've way outplayed them. Other times they have just outplayed them. Last night was a little column A, little column B. They extended the lead a few times and the Knicks made it close. It's in a way, it's like what happened against the Celtics. The Knicks just always found a way to come back and win, and they're not able to do it in this series. So give me the Pacers tomorrow night.
I mean, as much as it would please me to see Smelly Town go down in Smelly Town, I do think the Knicks will prevail just so the series goes back to Indianapolis.
Yeah.
I mean, they got to win one game at home, don't they?
That's a good question.
They don't have to.
They don't have to, yeah.
Pat McAfee's been going to the games. Maybe they're not winning out of spite.
Pat McAfee's been going to the games in Indianapolis because that's where he's from.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And then
gotta be your ball.
That's true.
Speaking of return trips for Game 6, the Thunder, feel the Thunder, have a chance to lock it up tonight at home. Do they move on to their first NBA Finals since 2012?
Yep, and it won't be a very entertaining game either.
No, see, whereas the Eastern Finals,
Unless you're a Thunder.
I think the Pacers have done a good job at stiff-arming them, but the games, I think, have been interesting and close at times. This series has basically been bad. Game 4 was finally a good one. But, dude, we see it. When the Thunder play in front of that crowd, it looks like a college crowd. It sounds like a college crowd, and they just need a couple steals, and they're off to the races. They're getting dunks. They're getting easy baskets, and a 7-point lead is suddenly a 17-point lead. And I think the Thunder take care of business tonight.
Meanwhile, the Oilers moved up 3-1 last night, and tonight the Panthers have a chance to close out their own 3-1 series. What the hell, guys? Why can't we get a close one?
Yeah, what's up with the playoffs this year?
I wonder when's the last time the 4 conference finals in the NHL and NBA playoffs were all 3-1.
Man, I have to imagine it's a rarity. It's a wild number to see. Where you have no 2-2s in there.
Yeah.
Not even to mention a 4-0, a clean sweep.
2-2s, they're not dancing.
Nice. A lot of 2s. Yeah, it's been a bummer, and me as very much a hockey guy, I've been sad by these developments.
I mean, I'm just proud that the Hurricanes were able to actually win a game finally in a conference final. But yeah, the Panthers are going to close it out, and let's go for those Edmonton Oilers. Did you see what they were doing last night? They were chanting, "We want the cup. We want the cup."
I'm rooting for them.
Well, they were just really thirsty, and they ran out of water.
I'm out of water right now.
In Canada, they probably ran out of Molson or Labatt's.
Or syrup.
They drink water in Canada, John?
Yeah, with hops and barley in it.
Nice.
Folks, Terry Bradshaw has some takes on the Steelers going after Aaron Rodgers. That's a joke. That, to me, is just a joke. Bradshaw said yesterday on 103.7 The Buzz in Arkansas.
What a radio station.
What are you going to do? Bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? That guy needs to stay in California. Go somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the gods out there. Is that a solid insult?
That's a very solid insult from Terry Bradshaw, a man who was once insulted by Hollywood Henderson of the Dallas Cowboys, saying he couldn't spell cat if you spotted him the C and the T.
Yes.
And then Bradshaw proceeded to whip his ass in the Super Bowl because, well, that's what the Steelers
But did he spell cat?
I don't know, but that was a hell of an insult.
Mm-hmm.
Chew on some bark and whisper to the gods.
That part got me really, really good. Shout out to you. I'll give him an A on the insult. And he has such a great point. I am stunned. Of all the franchises to be held hostage, Steelers. This is some Dallas Cowboys-like behavior from you. And I know they're all going to say to me, oh, we're always above 500. Yeah, but you're no closer to the Super Bowl than Dallas is. This is embarrassing for such a proud franchise.
Yeah, but I don't. Now, this is an unusual circumstance, and I know Jarrah has screwed up a lot of things, but usually it was based out of contract negotiations. I don't think even Dallas has been held up like this by a player, or so pining for one free agent that they would put a hold on everything. I mean,
he's not good anymore.
For the Steelers to be doing,
he was
this.
bad as last year at the Packers.
And it's exactly, Nick. And it's almost June, and so
yeah, why are we not? I mean, he should make up his mind by now.
You got to develop the chemistry, with the player. And what if he surprises us all and he actually doesn't play for him? Like, what have they done? And suddenly this offseason, they got rid of Pickens. They traded him to Dallas. I know that they brought in DK Metcalf, but it's just like, woof.
They're in a lose-lose situation.
I love it.
Let's make fun of the ESPN NFL FPI, a lot of letters, rankings together, shall we?
Okay.
They got the Eagles, and then the Chiefs, and then the Ravens, and then your Lions, and then the Bills. And then there's a pretty interesting little drop-off there when you look at the actual rating.
Yeah. What are we making fun of here? What are we making fun of?
Well, here's what I'm going to make fun of.
Oh, the Rams being 10?
The Rams were the second best team in the NFC last year.
John, that was last year. They lost in the divisional round. They can be the second best team if they lose in the divisional round.
Things change, John.
Because they lost to the best team in the NFC. That should have been the NFC Championship. That's laughable.
Okay.
Packers are not 8.
Are they too low or too high? Really? That
sliding-
sounds fun. Tell me
sliding
more.
down.
Tell me more. I'm getting going over here.
Also, the fact they had the 49ers 11th.
Yeah. They had a lot of injuries last year.
Yeah, and then they cut a bunch of guys or let a bunch of guys free.
Yeah, but they have their quarterback signed.
Cool. I'm surprised the
Texans
Vikings
are low.
are all the way down at 15.
New quarterback.
Yeah, true.
Basically a rookie quarterback, first-year starter.
How about the Cowboys ahead of the Dolphins there?
Nice, but behind the stupid Steelers. I think the top 5 is actually pretty good, though. John, get ready, and I want the Chiefs fans in the audience to get ready.
Oh, here
I am
we
out
go.
on your team this year. I am out on them. I'm canceling the Chiefs. They are going to take a step back, and you'll probably
Welcome.
say, but Josh, you said that last year.
You did.
And I was proven right because they got boat raced in the Super Bowl.
But
They
they-
did not look like they
but-
belonged on the same field as the Eagles.
But-
Also, Travis
the Rams played the Eagles better in Philadelphia.
Well, it's because we're the Rams. We're really good, you know. But
It's down to the Ravens and Bills in the AFC.
Travis
Watch out for
Kelce
the Bengals
disappeared
too.
last
And the
year.
Chargers. Go
all right,
Chargers.
All right. Put your money where your mouth is.
What
Get the list out and tell me.
Get the tomatoes.
Tell me what the Chiefs are going to do.
Should I say the words?
Say it. Say what you want to say and put it on the list.
The Chiefs
Yes.
will be the 7th seed in the AFC playoffs. I'm not going to go all the way. They have Patrick Mahomes. He's so
Boo.
good. 7th seed because they're going to lose to the Cats. Just kidding. I want to say that they're going to miss the playoffs. I'm getting close to saying it.
I'll say it.
Okay.
Put that on the list.
All right.
The Kansas City Chiefs
Don't
are going.
Don't let Cowboy deranged fan syndrome affect you.
I got you, Nick.
Thank you.
May 28th, the Chiefs will miss the playoffs.
I mean, would it be hilarious? Yeah. But
Have you seen Travis Kelce lately?
No, nobody has. He disappeared last year. He was on the field, I guess, but
Oh,
I never
did he?
saw him.
Did she finally devour him?
John, it looked like he might have devoured her. He does not look like a professional tight end.
No, he does not.
Well, I mean, last year he didn't really look much like a professional.
That's
tight
what
end.
I'm saying.
Stibbs says, Josh, I love you. Who wins the division? Stibbs.
Oh, you know who he's gonna
Go Chargers, go.
Go Chargers, go.
Of course, Harbaugh, year 2, baby. I think the Broncos are going to be good, though.
Bo Nix.
I think that's going to be an awesome division. God, football. Doesn't this just make you happy?
I saw Bo Nix throw the first pitch
It
out.
makes me happy that we still have 3 months to wait for it.
The Blue Jays will be losing 2 married guys off the roster next season, but will gain a new married guy.
What?
Isaac Trout got engaged to CU volleyball player Sky McCune. McCune?
Wow.
McCune, yeah.
Jeez, Nick.
Is there something in the water on the hilltop?
Hopefully it's not water that you can taste.
It is crazy that you used to, now you see this a lot way back when. You know, you'd have a lot of married guys on a team, but nowadays it's like
Is it because of NIL? Are people getting married because they have NIL? They can afford a wedding.
Oh, interesting.
College kids couldn't afford weddings.
That's
for
the only way
longest time.
you can afford a wedding or a house now.
College players used to get married because, you know, life was cheap in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah,
and then they couldn't anymore because it was expensive. And it still is expensive. But if you have NIL dollars.
Hey, you could have a part-time job in college, do sports, and still afford a house on one income.
Exactly.
Must be nice, John.
That's nice.
Yeah, John, man, what it was like to buy a house in the 90s, John.
Well, it's because I was already out of college.
Rub it in a little bit more, why don't you?
I have a grill deck.
My mortgage is $10 a month.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Unreal.
15,
Trust
Josh.
me.
Oh, my bad.
Finally, in the 1980s, she was America's sweetheart, vaulting to gold medals and adorning Wheaties boxes. Today, Mary Lou Retton is swerving to DUIs and
Whoa!
adorning police mugshot files. Doesn't she know you're not supposed to drink and do the uneven bars?
Nice pun there, Nick. This is the one with the ankle, right? And she got hugged by the Russian guy?
No.
Who's
You're-
Mary
that
Lou
was,
Retton? Who was I thinking?
Was that Carrie Strug?
Carrie Strug.
And that was about 20 years later. No, Mary Lou Retton was 1984.
Okay.
I mean, she was a big. She came out of nowhere and was just a big deal. And she had that cute little girl next door look, and
yeah,
she was all over the place. Was always smiling.
And now she's driving
Now
all
she's
over the
driving
place.
drunk.
That's not good.
This is not a good look for
No, it's not.
sports stars of the 80s.
I had saw this news, and I didn't know who this person was. Like, everybody was
I'm not
talking about
surprised.
her, and I'm like, I don't. Who is
Well,
this?
I mean,
Is this a reality TV star?
She was famous like 20 years before you were born.
Yeah, Laszlo says, I hope she gets help. I do too, Laszlo.
Well, yeah, I don't want anything bad
Nick,
to
stop
happen to
making
her.
fun
but,
of her with your puns.
My bad.
Thank you.
You know, Nick, people were allowed to do things before you were born.
Yeah, Nick, people were alive.
The
Wait till we
world-
tell you about this president that got assassinated in the 60s.
The world didn't exist before May 6th, 1997.
Wow. Oh, interesting that a certain event happens after that you wanted to get just under the line. It was in September, Nick.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, coming up next, we'll wrap up the Grum.
Okay.
What's for dinner?
Awesome.
1620 The Zone.
Conduct.
Can I get in on this?
The 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death.
I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
And just do a quick aside here. So they're showing a story here on the TV about Caitlin Clark. I don't know if you know this.
My goat and your goat.
She ain't playing
Your
right now
injured
she's,
goat.
She's injured. The Indiana Fever is a dumb name.
What?
It feels like that because isn't this a newer franchise? Haven't they been around only a couple of years? They're not one of the original WNBAs, are they? Either way, this just feels like a nickname that's
2000.
Okay. Well, maybe it does. It's a little bit of its time, but it's just a bad nickname.
It's terrible.
Fever.
Nicknames suck these days.
They
though,
do.
John.
They do.
They do. They had a chance to make something really cool. Heck, you know what they ought to do? They ought to name the team the Indiana Clarks.
It would.
Yes.
It would pretty much fit with what they're doing.
That's right.
Pretty much fit with what they're doing.
I don't know what's for dinner tonight. I wish I did.
Taco.
The leftover hamburger was good though.
Nice.
Taco salad.
Nice.
Yeah.
With I hope a good crunchy hard shell.
No, John. No.
Why don't you like hard shell?
I just don't like there's not a whole lot of flavor on the shell.
Get a Dorito Taco Loco.
No, I don't.
You
want
know the taco shells the same
like a
flavor
corn,
as
like a corn. I
it's
don't
the
like
same
corn
flavor
tortillas.
as tortilla. You don't like tortilla chips?
No, I don't like corn ones as much as flour ones.
Ew.
You don't like flour tortillas?
They're okay, but not as good as corn.
I actually
Corn's
prefer
goat.
flour over corn.
Ew.
I mean, see, but I like corn tortillas that have salt on them, and I never find that the hard shell tacos, like have a bunch of salt.
Why don't you put some salt?
I could just.
You could.
What are you having?
Last night we did like basically appetizer night. You know, we had a bunch of stuff in the freezer. Chicken nuggets.
I've seen this. I've heard
Things
about
of that
this.
nature.
Chicken nuggets.
Yeah, John, you can have chicken nuggets in your freezer.
I'm not.
Where else are you gonna put them?
What if we called him John? Because I had this at Schaefer's one time when I went over. Chicken chunks.
Oh.
Are you more apt to eat a chicken chunk than you are a chicken nugget?
I'm actually less apt to eat a chicken
I love
chunk.
the chicken chunks.
I don't like the word chunk when it comes pertains
And then
to
I toss
food.
them in some buffalo
Chicken
sauce.
chunk sounds like
Dip them in a little ranch.
like waste product.
Wow. Tell that to Schaefer's face via the internet tonight at 8 o'clock.
I will. I'm sorry. I
love
would
the
much
chicken
rather
chunks.
eat a chicken nugget than a chicken chunk.
I think they're good.
I think we're doing burgers.
Well,
or
I mean,
something
it's
tonight.
the same thing, just a different name, isn't it?
That's what I was asking
Yeah,
you.
That's
but
what I'm
it's a worse
saying.
name.
So, in
But
the
what
way,
if they were called poopy nugs? But they were
no,
it was
they would
chicken.
not be good.
See,
That
but
would-
you
that
probably
would-
mentally have a photo of like, I don't want poop.
No, I don't want it to call it poopy.
You
nugs.
liked Rocky Mountain oysters before you realized they were balls. Sometimes it's about
No,
the
I was told they
presentation.
were beef fries.
See,
Well,
and
are.
I was told
lied to.
I was also lied to. I was told it was like a pork loin. And I took a big bite out
Oh,
of it.
that was
I hate
evil and rotten.
that uncle
Terrible. That's
so
just
much.
bad. No, I don't want to eat anything called a chunk.
Yeah, I
well,
don't
they're
either.
good. We get them from Costco, and they're tasty.
I'm sure they're tasty.
Well,
I just don't like the word chunk pertaining to it.
Doesn't the bag say chicken nuggets?
It says chicken chunks.
It actually says chicken chunks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're from Costco.
How does this place stay in business?
Well, because they're cheap and they're from.
I guess, but man, it is the trade-off that they have to name their things the least appetizing thing possible.
Here you go.
What do they call-
Lightly breaded chicken breast chunks.
My God, they do.
Yeah, you should get them and try them. Throw them in the
Well,
air
I'm sure
fryer,
they're
John.
delicious.
Oh,
I'm
they're
sure
great.
they taste just like every other chicken nugget.
Oh
but
man, big fan.
the fact that they call them chunks,
Mm-hmm.
you use like some chunks,
No, you don't have to say it that way.
Oh, geez.
Jeez,
but you
Nick.
do. I mean, it's
Sorry.
chunks.
Just say chunks,
Oh,
not
that's some
chunks.
That's some chunks.
What do we have tomorrow, Nick?
Tomorrow we have Robin Washut.
And
Nobody at the moment.
damn it, that guy's on vacation.
We're
Yeah.
gonna have to work on that.
Ross Dellinger. Ross, come on our show. We want to talk to you about all your tweets.
He's got many tweets.
He has so many tweets.
All right, well, enjoy your chicken chunks.
Enjoy your whatever you have.
I have no idea. Maybe it'll be a chicken chunk.
Bye.